All right, everybody. Welcome to the stream. I've seen a few people pop in and out already. I apologize for running late. I did get home a little bit behind schedule, and more importantly, this is going to be a marathon run. We are going until the end. The way I've timed this out, this game is probably going to take about 5-ish hours. The last stream was about 5-ish hours. This one will be at least 5-ish hours. So we are just going to go, and if I'm going to be voicing for that long, man, I need my coffee. I need something warm to drink. I actually grabbed a quick bite on the way in. First person I could grab. Some old dude, brain's a little gamey, but you know what? I'll take it. It's better than nothing. We're going into this. We are finishing the last trial of the Ace Attorney Chronicles series, and we are running a bit late, so let us hop right on the hell into it. It is time. Hell yeah. Trial part 1. Let's do this. I'm going to keep eating as we go here. We're not even starting with the green text. When I awoke the following morning, Suzuto-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. This is going to be such a long stream. Yep. Gina, where you at? There you at. Good morning, Gina. Oh, I gotta remember how to do a Cockney female British accent now. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. Alright, let's see here. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Suzato, or however you say it. I don't know. Miss Suzato had to leave early this morning. She was already gone by the time I woke up. You alright with that, are you? Forget about me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Suzato and I won't meet again. One day. Even so. But you, Gina. You only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. I'm gonna guess this is Iris. Good morning, you two. Yep. Oh, and she brought the cat. How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Yeah. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Waggy? Meow. That's the Seki's cat. Ah, Waggy. Great way to show your support, Kitty. Yeah, Kitty just pieced out. He's having none of it. Well, let him have a nose around. What harm could it do? Oh, that reminds me. I brought a paper on the way here. Hey, nice to see you again, Jay. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Ginny? My name's Ryu. Well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. No, always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad news. Yes, that question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report. I care about that. So I hope that Susie made her way to Dover, and that the train isn't delayed on the way to the port. Oh, yeah, right. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that's good news, isn't it? Why is all the news about the weather? Yeah, I'm kind of with Gina here. I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only all good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial made the headlines too. Maybe lead with that. Pawnbroker perishes and pick purse plunder. See? How do you like that? Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face. Don't worry. Rio will show everyone that this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Oh, wait for the alliteration. Wait for the alliteration. What is it? Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Ryu? Not bad. Not bad. I give it a 7. Oh, yeah, let's hope so. Saseki's rubbing off on you via his cat. Oh, of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it work? Did it? Now you're trying to sound like Suzuki is what you're trying to sound like. It's like she was still here. Pink and all. Today's paper's been entered in the court record. The weather report is going to be vital evidence. Good luck then, Ryu. I'll do what I can. Huh? Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I have a gun! I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement, and aiming at the jury threateningly. I'm not sure that big thing is as comfortable as you think it is, to be honest. You have a sword. Shut up. Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you. Gina, where's your gun? Let's just go in armed and see how we can sway the jury that way. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Ginny. Well, I was wondering is all about Holmes. Did he fix him up all right? Yes, the operation was a great success, but Holmes, he still hasn't come around yet. We saw him at the end of last chapter. He's BSing. I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news, unless he doesn't, because he's a dick. Oh, right. No Cesaro-san and no Holmes. It's all down to me today to prove that Gina's innocent of this crime. Time to crank the bluffing up. Hey, Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way out of the courtroom. It's time then. Yeah, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Ryu. Poor Gina. All out of ammo for her smoke grenades. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared about having no smoke grenades. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here, not the smoke grenades, not an actual weapon, not the weapon that worked last time. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that there's always a breeze somewhere. Alright. What kind of jury we got this time? There they is. Oh, Moonhead is back. Hey, Santa. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. Ho, ho, ho. This trial shall determine the naughtiness or niceness of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, maybe. Lord Van Zeeks, my lord, remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? Because this is the time to talk about this. It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? Nope. That's my way of saying go F yourself. In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Nope, today's pickpocket day. Yet today you have chosen to try a simple case of burglary and murder, exactly. Simple case of murder. Just simple murder. It's just all it is. Oh, I confess oh, wrong voice. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yeah, I just about managed to work that out, thank you. Thanks for your help, Susanoo Jr. Magnus McGilded, if I didn't know what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East, the Nipponese. I knew it was going to be racism. You know what I hate? Asian people. Okay, thanks, Zeeks. What? Did he really just say that? Does he not know it's current year? He means you now, Ryu. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. Yeah, thanks. Well done, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Van Zeek's eyes. He's ghosting me on Twitter. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? Man, British people are so racist. Wait a minute. An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Van Zeeks. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of the so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. We welcome the return of the prosecutor who literally just gets everyone killed even when they're innocent. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. You don't look random. In fact, I recognize 5 of you. Former lieutenant in the British Army here, you know? Chaps like me were born ready. Oh, you're back. I don't remember your voice. Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Okay, you're new. You just look like a dork. Should I give you the pain voice? Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely everything. I'm ready for it. What? I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have? You're not going to talk. Oh, no, you are going to talk this time. Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. All right. I get to recycle my... I get to warm up my beef stroganoff. Good day. Oh, that's not beef stroganoff. Okay. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. That's still not beef stroganoff, but I'll figure it out. Is something wrong, Ryu? Yeah, Simon's voices are all over the place. What the hell? Oh, not exactly. It's just... They don't look very random. I'm pretty sure I recognize these guys. Almost all of them, in fact, and they're all dicks. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? Especially when you're using assets over and over again to save for budgetary reasons. But it's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, don't you know? So I've been led to believe. Something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Van Zeeks. The courtroom calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. Ho, ho, ho. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, you're all dicks. There has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. I've said it every case, but no, really, I super mean it this time. Triple super positive. The victim, Mr. Pop Windbank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. I almost read that as coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. What's that mean? It means the shooter was a shorty. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Just to throw a name out there, you know. Oh! The prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Thank you muchly. Thank you for that. Get in my court record. I now ask that the court turn its attention to this plan of establishment where the incident occurred. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry, a door to the main shop that was found locked. In this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windibank, and the accused. Oh, damn. Hang on a second. I'm seeing some weird buffering here. I'm gonna do a quick cheeky refresh here. I seem to be streaming fine, but I get a little error here and there. Okay. I'm not running anything I shouldn't be running, so hopefully that goes away over time. But I'll keep an eye on it. Oh no! It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, Gina's got a gun. She had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. Oh, to nose. That grubby little girl's a pickpocket anyway. All this prejudice. All this bigotry. Oh, it's only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands. What are the jurors waiting for? Objection! You guys are dicks! We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Unless she has to break the law to survive, in which case, yeah, totally. My learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pick purse, or cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Van Zeeks. At once, my lord. Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. I'm really not liking the way this is coming out. On the stream here, but I'm not sure there's a whole lot I can do about that. The audio seems fine. The screen is stuttering. I'm really just going to have to hope that clears itself up, because I'm looking good on this end. There's not a whole lot I can change. Hopefully it looks better in playback. For those of you who are watching live, I apologize for that. More stuff in my court record. Get in my inventory. This isn't good. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Ryu. You think? That's because it has. Oh no, we're taking off the cape. Let us begin. Okay, well, you know what that means? I'm taking off the hat. We're getting serious. That's right. That's right. Bring forth the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windabank on 16th April of this year, because they're going to be totally trustworthy. Witnesses. State your names and occupations for the court. Everyone brought food. My skip the dishes has arrived. Oh yeah, you guys aren't called tin pillars or whatever anymore. How do we want to do this? How do we want to do these bastards? My first inspiration is going with some sort of weird Italian hybrid because they remind me of Mario and Luigi. I don't know. We'll play these two kind of straight, which is going to be sort of weird because they're rather a funny bunch. We'll just go with it. I mean, it's the last trial. It's not like we're going to see him again, I don't think. Maybe they show up in the next game. I don't know. Name's Nash. Yeah, I'll just go with my regular voice. Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is bad. Oh no, they do have accents. It's right there in their dialogue. Professional. Maybe the Holmesy voice. Oi, name's Nat Skulkin. Occupation is I'm a body. I'm a professional body. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's same. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. Well, what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? Yes, sir, the bruv. Lost contact on him we have. Silver Scour in every shade of corner of the capital. And then last night, we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? He is, Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided that there and then, that's what we was gonna do. We was gonna call you. Big bro Skulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Skulkin, and that's before he runs out of chips. The hell? Is that a reference that's going over my head? I'm just going to pretend they're still called the Tin Pillar Brothers. Well then, Inspector Skulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you were doing on the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Oh, thieves are they, these three? Not me. No, my lord. Begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say? What an extraordinary coincidence! While they were committing a crime, someone else committed a crime, and they're the ones who are guilty? What a coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Sure they did. Nice box, Stumpy. Order, order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain on the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, as you should be, I will permit them to take the stand. Ho, ho, ho. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Okay. You will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Happy to. Because the Skulkins never skulkin'. Get out of it. We was walking down Baker Street this small hours, and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we had a gunshot from the back room. We wanted to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left out of that nice and quiet. A terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail, except for the part that the defense is about to point out. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked from the inside, and within, only the victim and the accused were found. I must say, it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case, which is why we're going to be here for 5 hours. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witnesses now, of course. Counsel, if you please. Counsel? Oh, sorry, just realizing how screwed I am. What's the matter, are you? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair at the stand. Is this what Edgeworth feels like when he's cross-examining Larry? I know it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. After I take a bite out of this brain again. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like that some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, core blimey lummy, we had a gunshot from the back room. I'm pretty sure half of those aren't words. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never did nothing, governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that, nice and quiet. Alright, there's our review. What do you think about this, pal? Are you? I think they're lying through their teeth, that's what I think. And I'm gonna prove it. What is it, Iris? Well, I'm not really sure. There's just something a bit funny about that prosecutor over there. What, the racist? Could this be... Could this be some sort of a trap? Oh, butts. It probably is. Alright, let's start pressing. Hold it! And as we do, the jury's gonna kick my ass, because that's what always happens when I do this. The front door of Windbanks was ajar, you say? What time of night was this? Taz, hello. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining. Hopefully the stream is coming across decent. I've had some buffering issues, so hopefully that's cleared up. But, yeah. Enjoy the show. Enjoy the murder. Must have been about 1. Right, Ringo? Yeah, I say so. Right, Skulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Well, it was pitch black inside, it's true. Ain't that right, Ringo? Oh, that's so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Skulky, me old mucker? Leave me alone. I'm just going to pretend you don't exist. There definitely was a small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And when these gentlemen ventured into the open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, already had the muzzle of her gun trained on the unfortunate victim. That is pure conjecture. Yeah, I don't see you testifying. That's not what they said. Perhaps. But it changes nothing. Me making stuff up changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of a cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. Hold it! What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? I mean, you did have to go in. Oh, that they had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, I say. Don't they, Ringo? I like how the thing moves up to reveal his face. Dude's so short they gotta shift the UI around. It's like when they gotta put the psych locks around Pearls because she's so short. They do, Nash, they do. Must have been so-and-so to Providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself at the whim of thieves, does it? It wasn't no whim, I did sure of that. It wasn't, Nash, it wasn't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, can't deny it. It led us to a bloke who walks just like our bruv. I said, cut it out. I have no chin. You guys have chin for days. How do I look like your brother? Those chips are getting a chomping today, just like MTaz said. But once we got inside, cool, blimey lummy, we had a gunshot from the back room.
Hold it!
A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yup, just the one, Governor. I can swear that. Well, that's gonna get added. It was, Dash, it was. Ain't that right, bruv? Grigson's like, I'm so done with these two. The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Windbag always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Yeah, I remember. That doesn't seem very safe. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Windbag always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yes, my lord, we can. And I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. I'm just going to keep repeating that until it sinks in. Wonderful. We went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside.
Hold it!
Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? Literally the only door in the building? If my learned friend is having a difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps a drawing would help. I used crayon for you. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, there is only one other door, just like Psy'Min said. That of the storeroom, just like Psy'Min says. Of course, there's only a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain and all. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Huh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I would think. Oh, well, you turned a rabbit, Ringo? Well, Nash, yeah. I suppose you'd have to say we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways on hearing a gunshot or scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. Fight or flight. Or flee. No, or fear. These gentlemen are of the latter inclination. My learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, is of the former. Alright. No need for the casual racism. Thank you, counsels. So I believe we all understand that the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. Is this the last one? Yep. This is maybe... we'll see which one is wrong in a minute. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after dark, nice and quiet.
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? Well, it was Bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull my dukes out of me lucky lockets. I mean, Lucy lockets. Again, I'm pretty sure half of these aren't words. So with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quiet, you say? That's right, Governor. Nothing we ain't more than violence. Peace-loving nibblers we are, not bludgeoners. We are, Nash, we are. They haven't even pulled me dukes out my Lucy Lockets. You just said that. Now you're just trolling Psy'Min because you know he can't say it. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? What? No! Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Surprise, motherfuckers. Boy, the bleeding Nora. Didn't you mention that before? You thought the prosecution was going to set the trap, but it was me, Ryu. You were armed with a gun. And as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. Good job, Taz. Welcome to hard mode, Terraria. Good luck with that. At London's greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes. Not London's second greatest detective, Sherlock Holmes, but Sherlock Holmes. The great Holmes, that's beyond the pale. He's in the hospital. On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. I was there, bitch. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. Well, the fact that they shot at us rapidly gave them away, you mean? And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Well, this is going better. Furthermore, the barrel showed signs of a shot having been fired from it. The prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle. As you say, counsel. Hey, can I get some, white fireballs? Can I get 6 of those real quick, jury? Is that okay? How about now? You swing now? Now, my learned Nipponese friend. Stop calling me that. I'm not your friend. Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. What? For yes, there are the telltale signs of spent powder on this gun, and a single bullet missing from the cylinder. But the prosecution demands evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny in this trial. It grazed my cheek. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there. Objection. However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. Well, they were, and you're taking their word for stuff. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of its rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. I sure hope he doesn't have evidence. Oh, what happens if he has evidence, mate? I don't know. We'll just have to pray he doesn't have evidence. Wait, what if he has evidence, third guy? Stop talking to me. Of course, this is an easy one. The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof, except when the witnesses are perjuring themselves. That's different. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker's shop that night? We really should have the calendar. What do we got here? Not the redemption ticket. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, it's probably in there. Well, if you already beat the mechanical bosses, then you're off to a good start, Taz. That's what we want. Do I just present the whole mess?
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. I guess I do present the mess. What on earth do you have there, counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Yeah, or maybe I just remember the last 2 trials of incompetence, huh, asshole? How about that? Well, anyway, We analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results of this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence the court is demanding therein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent information at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Well, obviously this.
Take that!
The one with the date of the shooting. What is that? It's a calendar. It's a photographic print taken at Windibank's pawnbroker in the day. Oh yeah, you guys don't know what color photos yet, are ya? Yeah, check this out. From the scene of the crime, is it? What is this, an iPhone 6? Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Conveniently hitting the date, isn't that cool? As your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windibag's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. Well, this indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't refutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers that night. Oh, cool, blimey, lummy, other British words. Bob's your uncle. Order. How does the prosecution stand, Lord Van Zeeks? I'm just going to throw this real quick. If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objections. What? You're just going to roll over for me? There it is. But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Dude, this is like the half-dozenth time you've done that. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the street. What? Take easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in the soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Yeah, exactly. Prosecution's just like, yeah. I see what I want. Tell him, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I've nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Van Zeeks knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. I'm literally going to put people up to perjure themselves. It's my strategy. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helped confirm an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Van Zeeks? Why is the chat not updating on the stream? Da 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 da. I mean, it is refreshing, but it's only showing the top half. I'm gonna have to figure out some way to get that to scroll properly, because for some, like, I mean, it really should be snapping to the last chat that was posted, but now it's just kind of sitting on the top for some reason. I mean, it'll keep scrolling as more chats come in, but that's not how it's supposed to work. Oh well. I guess we'll just have to rely on the chat to the side. As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Holmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Oh, but in other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windibank at all. They have material connection to other murders, and they're lying through their teeth, but, you know, the evidence still stands. I don't know why I put them on the stand, actually. So that's it. Oh yeah, secret handshake time. That's it. We didn't have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. That's what I reckon. Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and, let us not forget, attempted murder. I have no idea who that is, Taz. What a catalog, eh, fellas? Yeah, you're celebrating a little early there, fellas. Waiting for what now, bruv? Might have secret handshaked a little too quick. Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Holmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where is he going with this? Mr. Holmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Oh, this is about the security cameras, isn't it? Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. This is the way my model is stuck. I can't look in other directions. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Aha, it is the security cameras. Oh, that's one of Holmesy's red-handed recorders. What is that, Counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. Reminds me of the security cameras they set up in Danganronpa V3. The crime took place between the camera snaps. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half an hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment. The idea being that if a thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Hence, red-handed recorder. The prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. There's like just 500 photos here. 499 of them are useless. Exactly. Okay, it takes 48 pictures per day. 47 of them are useless. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Very desultory. It's the most desultory thing I've ever seen. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. They are expensive as hell. If I may refer the court to the plans of the premise, their respective positions are here and here. One on the table, one on the door. You say these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities in one of the many 30-minute intervals. Not 30-second this time, 30-minute. One can only pray that the would-be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Oh, that's a bit of fly tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck loves a skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Like, we got you dead to rights on half a dozen things, and they're like celebrating. Hey, no picture evidence. That's a plus. Oi, must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been, yeah. Just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment. What scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. I'll pull this over real quick. It still looks terrible if it's not gonna... Oh, wait. I changed the number. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. Would it work? No. Alright, fine. Gonna be a dick. I'll figure it out later. These British are stuck in the 1975s. This is a era piece, MTAS. This game is actually taking place in like the late 1800s or something. Good lord. It's the defendant, Miss Cheetah Lestrade. As the court can clearly see, the accused is pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter, no doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Maybe I shouldn't leave that gun just lying around on my bench there. Quite. One can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Yay! I mean, no, I don't like this one. Yeah, like I said, I don't like this one. I don't believe it. Ginny! In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windibank. I hear that every trial. Uh-oh. Is it time for the jury to be dicks? It's time for the jury to be dicks. Yep. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a volley bullet to the knee in the Battle of My Wand, 1880, don't you know? Decorated fort and all that. Was forced to retire from service, sadly. Oh, don't let us all contemplative and stuff. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what is your point exactly? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see. The battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron. 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all and all for one. I'm not your wife. I'm not going to put up with your rambling. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. This is the Guard Squadron's position, sir. What? No. It's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, men. On the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times. That goes for making decisions, too. Yeah, I think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. What? I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. In all honesty, I can't actually remember. Where am I? Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are just unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in the matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Zeeks has a red wine wasting addiction. 9/10 of it ends up on the wall. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph really boned me. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Jenny didn't shoot him. But we have a photo of him shooting him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. The defense asserts its right to stop this bullshit. The defense asserts its rights to play its no you Uno card. Very well, the court grants permission. Yeah, Zeeks is already done. Like, I'm sick of these words. Summation examination. I hear them again. I'm bringing a weapon to this courtroom. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. Worked last time. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination and get it over with so we can all go home. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty, except the old man hasn't heard a word of this. Getting to the tough part of the brain. The stem is really stringy. Almost done. Jurors' contentions. Number 4, I can't wait for you. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketina. Sure. I'm surprised they even have to explain this. Like, what is your reasoning for declaring the accused guilty? Have you listened to a thing they've said? As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. That's not a reason that's pertinent to this trial, but okay. And I think you'll find that you look at that photograph in stereo, and the truth will just pop out. What? If I've left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. I can't wait to see what we get out of him that's in any way, shape, or form useful. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. You guys all suck. The circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. No window hatch in the room for this time for you. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Oh, to mention this print. I mean, you only got a picture of it. Juror number 1, that's not your name, Garrett. Taken from a chap who stayed action on the battlefield, that young girl's on the verge of pulling the bully trigger. Thanks a lot, Mr. Holmes. Yeah, this is all Holmes' fault. Oh, dear. This is all Shuichi's fault. Oh, dear. Holmes' cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. They did help. Ha ha ha. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. What else is new? But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. I know she didn't, because I believe in her. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Agreed. I can read blue text. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. All right, done eating. Put that to the side. Wash up later. Garrett, if you don't change your mind right now and vote innocent, I'm calling your wife and telling her to come over here and slap you. All right, right on it then. All the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at this young pickpocketeen. Whoop, no, 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 I don't want to pit. I don't want to pit. That's bad, that's bad. Press the wrong button.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garrett, aren't you? You really must stop meeting like this. Don't know what you're talking about. Also, I don't have a wife, I have a maid. What wife? What are you talking about? Oh, you're that lawyer chap. I recognize you because you're a lawyer. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yep, rather turbulent time we had back then. Well, I was in jail though, thanks for that. Now she can't slap me and I'm not going to listen to your threat no more. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Holmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. Again, you got my wife convicted. Not sure how I feel about that. I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Wait, I missed that. I think we rather did a lot for you, didn't we? Okay. Well, now we find out how he feels about his wife. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garrett house was the talk of the town after that business. All just moved out. I couldn't get a bully soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. Whoops. Haven't had the heart to break the news to Joni yet. Bad enough that the old girl's clapped up, which I assume means she's in jail. Okay, excellent. Yeah. Stay put. Oh, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. But not for us, that's for dash certain. Oh, I'm sorry I mentioned this. Can we forget the last, 2 minutes of conversation? Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning toward guilty here, obviously. Again, their screening for unbiased jurors is amazing. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. Oh, is that why he's got his contemplative look and he's looking over? Oh, I didn't notice that. Yeah, him and Taz are just staring at the maid cleaning the counter there. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do.
Hold it!
Polishing the bench, is that what they call it? maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pick-purses, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. Ah, so she's talking about Gina. She's the eyesore. A little harsh. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. Biological warfare. Let's start. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes, or are you referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Because Sherlock Holmes isn't a part of this case. He's someone we haven't met yet, because he doesn't exist. That's right. I'd like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rancid magazine in between my duties. I've never read an article about Sherlock Holmes. He sounds boring. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. I'm not sure how much he'd like that. Do we really want to see Holmes in a maid outfit? I'm pretty sure there's a market for that somewhere online. It's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum. Gutter trash. Having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the two brothers in the stand who shot Holmes, not the defendant. A minor detail. They're all gutter trash, as far as I'm concerned. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight here anyway. Also, why do you occasionally sound like a big black boxing dude? Yes, all right. I shall amend my statement. Oh, good. Fix your jank words. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. They should swing for shooting the great detective. They should swing. That's a term I haven't heard before for that. But we got a new statement we're going to press. I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Holmes was an unforgivable act. I'm not sure if they should swing, though. You mean take them to McGilded Park and go on the playground swing set there? Is that what you mean? I could go swinging. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry? I'm really not. Whether it was the thieves or the pick-purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considered opinion. Thanks so much for sharing. Changing this maid's mind isn't going to be easy. She really hates her gutter trash. Ryu? It was one of those two brothers that shot Holmesy, wasn't it? Yeah, without question. Well, then I'll never forgive them. Look at them. They look like Mario and Luigi. Perhaps we could use this maid's statement to help us somehow, don't you think? Maybe? No idea how right now. Well, she stopped washing the counter in any case. I think you'll find that if you look at this photograph in stereo, the juice will just pop out.
Hold it!
You don't say. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? You mean look at that 48th photo with the other 47 we have look exactly the same? I'm sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim. Obviously.
Objection!
But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired the gun. No, all I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it can reveal all sorts of new information. My God, I'm fanatic about this. You collect Yu-Gi-Oh cards? By any chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? You don't fucking say. How did you know? What was your first clue? Do you see anyone else walking around with this thing on their head? No. Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's like seeing things with your actual eyeballs. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Modernity. Of course. No, yes, I think you'll find that stereoscope is here to stay, at least until iPhones. Giving us new perspectives we can only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. Whoa. If only it could give me a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. What? If I've left it in there, I should think there'd be repercussions by now.
Hold it!
Have you listened to a word in this trial, sir? What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having something left somewhere, something like that, something or other. So sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. What? A surgeon? Remind me never to hurt myself in this city. Of course! People conducting surgery in this country are considered to be doctors. Oh no! Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing to be honest. I left my watch in this dude. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. What? Did he? Surely not. Exactly. Surely not, you say to yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what has been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fella's belly? No, of course I couldn't. So, there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. This is what happens when you socialize healthcare. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've been sewn up elsewhere. Get it? Ha ha! Now, I'm sure I made it sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Can you be sure of what you're sure of? Also, we're at a trial here, just so you know. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission averted to follow. Stop.
Hold it!
This is a private court. You're not supposed to be live streaming. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Why is there a Twitch logo on that thing?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
Yeah, from the Empire of Japan.
All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal mailers steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. But now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electric signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world.
That still blows my mind. I remember hearing about that. Like, it came up in some topic or other I was reading about, and it's just the idea that someone has done that is just like crazy to me. I mean, it has to be done, but still, wild. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed makes my head hurt just thinking about it.
You are well informed, young lady. He.
Oh, Iris does the pearl pose.
The cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop.
And just when I was starting to catch up.
Radio transmissions the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement grows. Stop. Atmospheric electric. Stop. I'm going to break this thing. Stop.
Could you stop? You keep saying stop. I'd like you to stop. Could you stop?
Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. I can't stop. I won't stop. I'm not sure how to stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop.
Could you stop talking about not trial things?
And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What utter piffle.
What did you say?
I can't understand it. I really can't. They're just silly toys.
Oh. I'm sorry. The fuck you say?
Excuse me.
I get to pursue the trial now, or the juror now. Juror number 3, sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... Uh-oh. We got a couple of fanboys and fangirls here.
My household is a Nintendo household.
Well, my household is a Sega household. What'd you say? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, no, you bet I do. You say that again. Go on. I dare you. Oops, I clicked off the window. Now you can say it again.
Goodness, are you talking to me?
I think you just might be, yes. You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you? Huh? Like my Yu-Gi-Oh cards?
Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Have you not heard of eyeballs? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around? It's all 3-dimensional already.
What a great way to appease the man.
I mean, he has eyeballs. I can see them with my eyeballs. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all.
I'm gonna cut a bitch. You just don't know.
Pardon?
I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously gonna have to demonstrate.
Oh, God, no.
What sort of possibilities?
Well, take a crime scene, for example.
If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you never even noticed before.
What? Have you got any, Reno? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope?
How about this print here? Now I'm not talking about the trial anymore. It should do the trick. Do we just have the one? I mean, technically we have this that we can look at with the other ones, but I have a feeling we're going to look at cats some more.
Take that!
Are we looking at cats? Oh, we're not looking at cats.
What? Really? Oh dear, I think maybe I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometime.
What's that supposed to mean? Okay, hang on a second. Let's back up. I accidentally went to the end. I shouldn't have done that. I'm not a gamer. I'm failing at the game. Find contradiction in what they're saying. Blah, blah, blah. Let's go back to juror number 5 and then press number 3. I'm assuming number 3 didn't change their thing. Oh, wait, no. The game's going to have mercy on me? Maybe?
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? I'm sorry, what? Don't you know? Oh, is this... Oh, it is just the same thing. Bugger me. Yeah, it's the same thing. Go, 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 go. I gotta press number 5 and piss off number 3 again. What?
Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. Like, comment, subscribe. Stop. MTaz says that Iris looks like a Final Fantasy character. She certainly does. Stop. I don't know why this is turning into an argument about technology, because I'm clearly right.
Hold it!
Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean?
Are you from the Far East? Stop.
I don't want to stop. Yeah, from the future of Japan.
Stop. Telegraph time. Dum, 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 dum. All communication with Far East nations used to take place by man.
Wait, I'm just going to skip this because we've already done this. Thousands of miles of cable on the ocean bed.
Oh, you skipped over my pearl post. How rude.
Oh, wait, I need to slow down because 3 is going to get pissed.
Piffle. Piffle, I say. I can't understand your piffle. Why do you like piffle? I don't want to hear more about your piffle. Don't pursue him. I don't want to hear the piffle. Damn it, we're going to hear about the piffle.
Juror number 3. Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming. But I need to do this part again because I screwed up last time. Okay. I'm actually kind of grateful we're not going to waste our time on the cats, because then we'd have to be like, oh, look at how stereoscope works. It's just like eyeballs, just like we already learned about eyeballs, plus we already have eyeballs. Well, we're just going to look at the actual picture that matters. Yes, yes, yes. Where's my green text? Absolutely. Meanwhile, the Russian is just like, I'm waiting for my turn to speak. Shall I just eat some beef stroganoff while I wait? There's my Russian, my strong bad accent. I'm just going to sit here and wait and read about the Crystal Tower on my guidebook while you make up your mind about what you're doing, because it's taking forever for you to get to me. This picture? All right then, juror number 3. There we go. Hey, could someone toss us one of those other 47 pictures that look exactly the same? Of course he can. All right, then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I want to waste time so that Gina doesn't go to jail because I don't have any actual information. Do I have to go to the camera? Where's the camera? One more print and I'll amaze you all. Well, it's not the guns. It's
not going to be anything in here. There's nothing to examine. No, there's nothing else. No other images. It's not going to be anything to do with this. Blah, blah, window bank, blah, blah. I'm surprised the cameras weren't entered. Maybe I have it somewhere else. It would be in there. Maybe it isn't here. Nope, we're good. Do I not have the picture? Maybe I need to talk to Mr. Russian fella. Iris's story. Notes collated. Oh no, this is... Yeah, this is case 3. This isn't the current case. Is there a photo in here? Nope. I'm probably going to have to examine that at some point. I'm actually a little bit stumped. Give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. I don't have one more print. I got nothing. What's this one more print? You want to overlap it with the cat? Is it? No, this is just the papers. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, I might be missing what I need here. Reviews. Return to question. Alright, I'm kind of screwed because I don't think I have what I need and there's no back out option. So I'm just going to say, use your stereoscopy to look at your photo and my armband. Wait, sorry? What do you mean one more print? Oh dear, oh dear. Don't you have those in the Far East? Don't you have more than one print? Don't you know how a stereoscope works? Ryu, remember when Susie and I were crossing our eyes at you? What? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, remember? Remember the cats? Remember the cats that you were trying to make us look at? You know, one for the left eye and one for the right eye. Oh yeah, I remember now. I knew the whole time, I'm just doing what the game is telling me to do, but the print we have for the pawnbroker is just a normal photograph. Hey Van Zeeks, toss me that camera, will you? I could have sworn it was evidence, but it's not, so you're dumb. No, I think you'll find that the clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You always need 2 prints. No. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Huh. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later in the trial, we can always show it to this young man then. Oh, it's not even going to happen during this minigame? Damn. No, I can't wait. I can't wait. More pictures to add to my collection. That voice of yours is starting to annoy me. You sound like the guy from the first trial that pissed me off. Can we get things back on track, Council? Gladly. All we need is another shot from a slightly different location, and we can see the scene in 3. Okay, so we'll probably have to come back to this guy. But we do only have... Yours is the same. One more fella. In motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not villain Bolshevik. Yeah, I didn't actually comment on that. For anyone who hasn't been paying attention or wonders if I wasn't paying attention, this is clearly the guy from the newspaper in the second trial, the Russian revolutionary. Yeah, the Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Chat, there's a revolutionary here. Selfie. Da, I believe there is such rumor. It's just a rumor? As you can see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. Just want to point that out. People call me a revolutionary, murderer, autocrat. And which glove fits? I'm streaming this, by the way. Villain has left the chat. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Mods, can you deal with him? Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time. It is very painful. Nuclear vessels. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Da. Maybe they went inside the pawnbroker's shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. The Skulkin Brothers did nothing wrong. That's a t-shirt waiting to happen. The Skulkin Brothers did nothing wrong that night. Alright, well, first of all, that's one not-so-little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Ryu? I just noticed, you've got a little bow in your hair that kind of reminds me of the little pretzel thing that Pearl used to do. Is that a coincidence and all that? Are you like Pearl's ancestor, just like I'm Phoenix's ancestor? Is that what's being hinted at here? I'm just curious. The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London Town, right? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? Yeah, that you picked someone that doesn't live in London Town. How is it there's a Russian tourist sitting over there who looks for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Do I look like I choose the jurors? If I can't change the mind of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial's over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. We know the actual answer, so it doesn't matter what the facts say. Yeah, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other like dogs. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Alright, I'm not too sure where we're going to go with this. Okay, I'm watching the... Yeah, look at his eyes. He is occasionally looking at the maid. Like, she's pretty hot. I forgot what women looked like that weren't weighing like 400 pounds. So that's what Chun-Li looks like compared to E. Honda. He hasn't changed his statement. Am I going to have to just press everyone over again? I repressed you already. I need another photograph to talk to you. Wait. I couldn't skip that. No. Why couldn't I skip that? Are you going to... One of these guys is going to have something new. I'm just going to have to repress everyone. This is going to get annoying, but it has to be done. Let's see. We'll just skip through this. If it is exactly the same, then whatever. I'm a surgeon in my spare time. I forget what I was yesterday. 2 months ago. I became a surgeon in 2 months. I figured you became a lawyer in 2 months. I figured I could do something the same thing. And now I'm a surgeon. But I don't get no respect. I don't get it. Also, where am I? This doesn't look like the supermarket. Okay. Let's start again with you.
Hold it!
Stop looking at the maid. Oh, this is looking very samey. So you said nothing useful last time, so I wonder if something useful is going to come up. I've got the option to look around. Yep, Jody's at the clap. E-Honda's been banned. You keep staring at the cute maid. We see that. I believe we pressed this, but I'm going to press it again because I don't specifically remember. And we're just going to talk about... They're all gutter trash. I'm not Chun-Li, I'm Dudley. Changing this maid's mind is going to be... Oh, wait. It was one of those 2 brothers that shot Harley, wasn't it? Or Holmesy? Yeah, without question. Well, then I'll never forgive him. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, don't you think? Okay. The game is flagging that up as a clue, but I have no idea. Okay. Those brothers are the... Oh! Wait a minute. Whoops. I skipped right past them. Okay, I think number 2 and number 6 need to get pitted. Alright, let's, yes. I am convinced brothers are innocent. Those brothers are the scum of the earth. Okay, this is the only thing I have even close to a thing, so let's roll with it.
Objection!
Hope and pray. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Explain yourself. I mean, this is barely something worth stating. Obviously, the brothers are guilty. Who cares what the tourist has to say? Oh, my statement? No, your statement is right. I'm agreeing with you. Contra nuclear vessels. Juror number 6, you got the wrong end of the stick. Oh, I am right. Good. I was about to beat you over the head. I do not have stick. I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Holmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen, stomach. Sorry. English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear? Forgive me, I did not hear. This jury sucks even more than the last one. Here it is word. Abdomen, part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean, you should say in plain English. I am a Russian, not native speaker. I'm Japanese. I know this stuff. What's your excuse? Who thought this guy was a good idea to let him up here? I don't understand. So you're telling me these brothers, who look like criminals, were criminals? They said before we do nothing wrong, but truth is, they shot detective. That is double negative. Yeah, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong. Wrong like choking mouse, especially when lies said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. Why is everyone in this courtroom bigoted? Oh yeah, 1890, forgot. That means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough. I trust no one now. Not even police or politicians. I'm anarchist. It's not the mouse's fault, though. You can quit choking it. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't be... Yes, it is, Ryu. Easily. We just need that other photograph. Sorry? We literally have 47 of them. Where the hell are they? With the prints from Holmesy's red-handed recorder. Oh, yeah, that thing Simon's been going on about for a goddamn hour. If you compare the prints that picture Guinea and the next print from half an hour ago, from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Actually, yeah, it would have to be later. QE, Mr. Prosecutor! What the hell did you just call me? Tut-tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. This is my nap time. Remember the last trial. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard the fatal gunshot ring out. Sadly, none of these events were captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' flight. So this was taken after Holmesy was shot then. As far as I can tell, nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case. Oh man, I don't know what's wrong with my throat there, got a frog in it. That does seem to be the case. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It would seem so. Good. No, not good. Not good for me. You were right. I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. I need to hear more. Big stinking liars. Yay! Well done, Ryu. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. Do you have any idea how hard I had to work to get that one fireball? But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we just might turn the situation to our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And kindly hand that new photographic print to the bailiff to be filed as evidence. Hell yeah! Get that stuff in my record. I wonder if we can make use of that. I wonder. Yes.
Hold it!
Hey, nerd! Can it really show up new clues? What'd you call me? I mean, don't know unless you try. You shove that armband in my head again, I'm gonna give you a walloping. Could it be these two prints here that look literally exactly the same side by side?
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying you can do this with any two suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Don't listen to that woman over there, she doesn't know anything. She's a live streamer. Probably VTubing. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. Yeah, I'd be delighted. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. You know, Zeeks, you could have just given this to me when we were yammering about it. Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera and window banks on the night in question. I mean, literally, that's what Iris did. She was like, ooh-hoo, cooey, Mr. Prosecutor. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. I know I'm not a cute girl, but can you give me things? Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. I don't know how to say Japanese names. Do you know how stereographic images work? Yes, we went through a whole tutorial last stream. Do you understand the principle? Yes, they're based on eyeballs. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday, like Psy'Min says. The left and right eye images need to be the same, only not the same, because they're slightly different, which is not what the same means. And then when they phase together, they create a new thing that's not the same. But it's like not the same twice. In other words, eyeballs. Yes, exactly. Iris, you're gonna cross your eyes again. It's that small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then? Well, then they look like the same picture, stupid. Yeah, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally anyway. Oh, it's like one of those magic images. Of course, now I see. No, I think the young girl has discovered the secret. I have. I don't look too derpy right now, do I? Ryu, why is there two of you? Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Holmesy's camera. Ryu, go on. Can you see there's a really obvious difference between... Somebody stole Mr. Windabank! That's what they took! Of course there is. There's two people in the first one and no people in the second. Someone stole Gina as well. We need to go send the police and find her. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, try looking at the picture in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. I really don't want to look derpy though. Don't look at me while I cross my eyes. I'm really self-conscious. You have to cross your eyes and try to make 2 pictures. Okay, before we do anything else, I'm going to do this because it worked with the cats. So, let's see here. I already know what the difference... Actually, no, I don't know what the difference is. I lied. Oh, no, I do know what the difference is. The lamp changed. I just noticed the lamp is broken. I don't know if anything else has moved. I don't think so, but I'm cheating and I'm not using stereoscopy, so I'll do it like the nerd wants. Yeah, that's right. Just cross your eyes like that and see if you can see the thing. No, I'm not pulling this one off as easy as the cats. Maybe it doesn't work because it's literally not the same perspective. I wonder if that has something to do with it. Because this isn't really a 3-dimensional image. This is just a different image. I was able to do the cats, but not this. If you can do this, let me know. This is just a joke. Iris was like, there's no difference. I just want to see you cross your eyes like an idiot. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap the middle. Hey, that's what I was using as a reference. Isn't that neat? Didn't work, though. Okay, the lamp is broken, but that's the only thing I see that's different, I think. Everything else... I mean, there's one other difference that I'm not supposed to notice, but I'm not going to say anything. Wait. Well, did you manage to see it properly, Ryu? This is green text, so you're not allowed to skip. What's going on with these two pictures? Wait, what? Some of the things on the counter sort of jump out at you. What? Wait, what? I'm not crossing my eyes. I'm using the fucking machine. You're not catching me with this. Yes, it is there. You see? That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. We're all just playing with cards here. Other amazing power. You all look so stupid. Meanwhile, Gina is just halfway across town by now. She's just like running like her life depends on it because it does. While we all stare derpy at pictures. How many of these pictures do we have, by the way? Everyone's looking at the same pair here. Why the deuce do some of the things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that, huh? I think you'll find if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? Oh, I forgot I was streaming. Crap. I have donations to catch up on. As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's the slight shift in the positions of certain objects that let you see pictures three-dimensionally. God damn, I'm a geek. In other words... Okay, hang on a second. Time the hell out here. Oh, it did literally shift. Why would everything shift exactly the same amount? Like it's all sitting on a tablecloth and somebody gave it a jerk. Like, what? Even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counters haven't moved at all between... Okay, hang on a second. I'm going to do this again. I'm taking this seriously now. Forget how long the stream needs to go. We're making this work. Okay. I got the quill. I got the quill. I got the quill. Okay, I got it. I got it. It's really tricky with the people missing. Son of a bitch. The stuff at the top does pop out at you. I'll be damned. You fucking nerd. I hate you. Okay, yeah, that is... If you can do that, let me know in the chat, but I managed to pull it off this time. I couldn't pull it off a minute ago, but I pulled it off, and yeah, I don't know... Huh. I wonder how that would look on the 3DS, because I'm pretty sure on the 3DS, which I'm pretty sure this game is what it came out on, if it showed up better on the 3D screen, because it has a special screen for this, not just a monitor like I got right now. Okay, a bunch of stuff shifted. What do you do? Who gives a crap? They bumped it on their way out. Who gives a damn? This shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. Yes, there must have been. GD saved. The whole far this. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eye business now, I'd say. Still get to look at the maid with my other eye. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Oh, I thought he was going to call us out on why it matters. Someone bumped the desk. Great bloody woo-ha. What's the answer, fellow? Come on, you're the cross-eyed master. No, Iris is the cross-eyed master. I don't have any idea. I'm just bluffing. I'm just supposed to find contradictions and then you throw your white fireballs. What are you asking me for? You know, Ryu, it's quite simple. It is? Just think of it through step by step. The first photo was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some of the items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things on the counter, or just bumped them. I don't know. Zookas! Oh, good Zookas. Someone tampered? What? What? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. This This Twitch stream is going to overtime. Stop. This is an endurance trial now. We've had to go around in circles a little here, it seems. But I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items on the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who's responsible for the almost imperceivable shift in the items on the counter. It's one of these two assholes. I don't know which one it is. They're both professional baddies. Maybe it's the third brother who's invisible to the right there, but I can't pick his portrait, so I'm just going to pick the green guy because he seems like he's in charge. It was the witnesses currently in the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Please stop choking your mouse. This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy Lockets. Yeah, that kind of confused me either. I don't know what he meant by that. My phrase book says dukes is meaning hands, and Lucy Lockets is meaning pockets. Oh, thanks for clearing that up. You know, they could have just said that, but you know what? Maybe you're more of a bro than I thought. Is this another lie? Probably. Is this what you were saying? Pretty much. I'm afraid so. What? Hold on! You can't be sure! I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse, after all. It's perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. Why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, hey Zeeks, how do you like it when I do it to you, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade's interest lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. Maybe she bumped it. All of which points to one thing. Maybe she bumped it. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. You mean they're not trustworthy? What? But the accused is a pick purse. Common
Gutter trash.
Why look any further for the wrongdoer here?
Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse, than a pick purse. Even though pick purses are also thieves, but I'm gonna let that slide.
What? A thief? That's so much worse than a pick purse.
I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. What? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendants on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, why am I calling it a pickpocket while you guys call it a pick purse? I don't know. Would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves, who definitely aren't pickpockets? They're thieves. They're totally different. Well said. I would like a Tim Hortons. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. I'm sorry, what did you just do? Did I miss that the first time? Did you just headbutt the table? You're wearing a thingy on your head. That gotta hurt. Thanks for the compliment, MTaz. I have only been doing this for a month, and YouTube isn't exactly the most visibility promoting platform, so it's understandable, but I'll take the compliment. Thank you. Can you see all now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. God, I've got such a boner from this trial. I'm so awesome. Hadouken! I watched that in 3D, just so you know.
Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Apparently I'm streaming Street Fighter now. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Championship Edition. Stop. Will return home after Regent Street. Stop. Hadouken! I just noticed the symbol for the Umbrella Corporation is behind this guy. Maybe we're actually streaming Resident Evil. I don't know.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their indications via the mighty scales of justice and various fireballs. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. Also, I feel really anxious if you're dodging this stuff. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. Also, one of them isn't even a Londoner. Why is he up here? Can we find someone else? Can we get fair play up here again? In order for this trial to continue.
Yay, well done. Oh, by the way,
What?
you should hold on to this, Ryu. You never know when it might come in useful. I've already seen you cross-eyed now. I don't need to embarrass you further. Could have given this to you earlier, but I'm going to give it to you now because I've had my laugh.
Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. The stereoscope's been entered in the court record.
This one's special edition. It's got a Pokemon on it.
Lord Van Zakes, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demand additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. I've had my nap. You know, if we hit a to be continued, I'm going to grab some more carbonated water because I need to keep hydrated if I'm going to talk for the next, 4 hours. I want myself another chance to probe my nose with this very slow close-up and also probe that pair about their activities on the night in question at least. And I'm not going to stop probing my nose until I have proven that Gina's innocent. It's just going to keep going. Wait, it stopped. I lied. Okay, I guess we'll probe the pair instead. That's almost as interesting. To be continued in like 60 seconds because I'm going to go grab some more sparkling water. I'll be right back. As I was gone, I noticed my character had the most smug, self-satisfied look frozen on his face while I was off grabbing my carbonated water there, so that was cute. I'm just sitting here thinking about boobs or something. Save my current progress? Why not? I made so much progress. I'd hate to lose it all. We've proven so much in our favor. I mean, progress galore. Save that immediately. And maybe now we can actually talk about the trial. Oh, that's my empty. Get in the trash. Get in the gutter trash. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. Let's hear your story again. With hopefully more honesty. Yeah, they're just sweating. Well, think we've been found out, Ringo. I think you're right, Nash. I presume you're here to defend this council's summation examination.
Oh, yeah, Governor.
I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. I keep wanting to say that Mr. and Mrs. because you usually separate them. Cool! Blimey! This is going to be hard work. Why can we never have simple witnesses on the stand? Who is the most competent witness that's ever been on the stand in an Ace Attorney game? Someone who actually didn't BS around. Not even sure. Even Gumshoe was kind of full of crap sometimes. Earlier in the testimony, you gave the following. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Oh yeah, I just noticed that was part 1. 2 hours to get to the end of part 1. Damn! We're going to be here until Friday. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull my dukes out with Lucy Lockets. I'm going to get better at saying Lucy Lockets here the more he says it. You'll need a reminder what Lucy Lockets is. I have booked. Nah, shut up. That was a lie. Kokichi, you brothers. Gore, blimey. Here's Kokichi.
On the night in question, you rifled through the items on the victim's counter. We never done saw it. Oi, how'd you figure it out? Oh, crap! You lummox. How'd you guess? Even though we heard you guess. I know how you guessed because we heard how you figured out how you guessed. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question. And this time, you will tell the truth, except you'll probably perjure yourselves 5 more times, because that's how witnesses work in this game. Each lie that passes your lips serves to indicate the severity of your punishment. Okay, maybe we'll tell the truth then. Cool blimey, did you see what he did with that? And that, gentleman, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Oh, crap, he's going to lock us up with the Honda. A thought worth pondering, perhaps. Okay, we get it. See no more, Guff, we hear you. We'll blab, we'll speak, we'll peach. We'll peach, I mean preach, I mean talk. We'll spill the beans, we'll squeal. The whole truth. I somewhat doubt that. Oi, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshots, see? Made us both jump and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shoot'd come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back when we found it and scampered, straight to the back. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Dude, stop stretching your chin across the courtroom. So you admit to the defense's accusations. I mean, he's the protagonist. He's always right. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Gov, no. Kind of brushed up against it. You know, gave it a shove. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's, more like we tidied up, yeah. Did the guy a favour, cleaned up, you know. We're good Samaritans like that. Sorry. Just remember what the guy in the Dracula suit said. We'll tell the truth. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances, not to clean. These guys don't work for midnight merry maids. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't make us sound a bit more, you know, cutthroat. Not going to take us seriously on the streets if this gets out. It can't just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibank's that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. They're like Decepticons, except fatter. Illegal entry, the whole truth. They're Decepticons that turn into fruit. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Wait, go ahead. Why am I not? There we go. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't half give me a fright. We was thinking the shoot would come out the door and get us next. Dear God, that noise outside. That noise gave me a fright too. We stuck everything back where we found it and scampered straight off into the black. Straight into the black. Wait a minute. Hang on a second. What was that? Straight into him in the black. Oh, they're talking about me. I thought they were scampering off into the night, and that's why he's saying they ran off into the black. No. We stuck everyone back when we found it and scampered straight to him into the black. Into Ryunosuke. Alright, fair enough. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Alright, we reviewed. That's it. That's the full extent of their testimony. I told you they just brushed off the stuff. They didn't do nothing. What was it, Ryu? You looked very fierce. You almost looked downright fierce. Fixing to throw a fireball myself. I could pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. No, get the tea. Get the tea. This could be like your she can give you tea like someone gets Gato coffee. She can slide it across and you can grab it and look all cool. Except it's tea now because you're in Britain. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. I can't imagine what. It's nothing more than a feeling. I've no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Have you ever read about emotional intelligence? I got a book. People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, The words they choose. Have you played Apollo Justice? You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it and come up with a feeling like you describe. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why. That's all. Here, I've got a book on emotional intelligence right here. I'll use this book like Susie uses hers. I think you should trust your instincts. Ah, thanks, Iris. Sometimes I think if she's 10 years old, I must be 5. Yeah, no kidding. Iris got half the brains in this whole damn courtroom. Right, we did knock a few things over, but we won't rifle for nothing.
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? Wait, Nash, wait. If we admitted something like that, people would think we were up to no good. Why didn't you say something like that in the first place? Well, we are criminals. Can't tell the truth all the time, you know. I mean, we lie. Constantly. I'm lying right now. What do you expect from me? I'm not even sure why I'm up here. Well said, Ringo, me old China. We only land ourselves in even more trouble. You expect me to get up here and not perjure myself? What are you, daft? And in fact now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, we're just going to ignore the fact that you lied and let you just keep testifying. That's exactly what you've done. Land yourself in even more trouble. I just want to rub that in, because you guys suck. Oh, I mean, that's rotten luck. Says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the victim's counter? We never ransacked nothing. I just said it. Right, Nash, right. More like we tidied the place up. Just cleaned up, grabbed a broom, swept around. Yeah, sorry. What did he just say about getting in more trouble? You guys are like children I have to babysit. I'm the one babysitting them. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying.
Hold it!
Can I go now? So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter, and then put them perfectly back in the exact orientation, just 1 centimeter to the right. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah. This bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright? Blimey, me big granny would have woken up at that bang. Big brother screamed like a bloomin' baby and fell over on the counter. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, some skull whatnot. That got tangled up in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over them scales on the floor. You ever play dominoes? You've really mastered working quietly then. What a racket! Me granny would have been scared back into a grave after a clatter like that. So in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. It's what I said, mate. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse, and all of a sudden, BAM! Oh, interesting. Text comes up when you hover. When you hover? I didn't know that. Oh, no, it is just... Wait, no. Oh. Maybe not? Okay, well, I'm just going to pick on you because you're clearly very angry at that fish and chips and just realized that that fish and chips stole your girlfriend in high school or something. Jeez, look at this guy go. Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add or are you just really hungry? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. I'm hangry as hell. No, I mean something to add about their testimony. You seem to react just now to Mr. Skulkin said there. Did it make you think of something? Well, it's probably nothing, of course. Which is what they all say before they say something that's not nothing. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only, well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night, and the statement they gave then told a slightly different story to what they're saying now. You remember that? Did it? Huh? You claim you heard the victim shout something before the gunshot. Might have, Gov. Might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. Can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas?
even sloppier than last time. If I discover that the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it has been hitherto proven to be, I'm just going to keep ignoring it and let them keep testifying until they're just out of sloppiness. We'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. Oh, now I remember. We did shoot him. Wait, no. I am so sick of your shit. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right, you are, Gov. I think he's a little mad at us, bruv. You think so, bruv? I do, bruv. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" Okay, this is a new testimony that has not replaced the testimony. Okay, that's not new. Oh, that's also new. That's not new. Okay, so we gained a statement and changed a statement. All right. Giving me a whole bunch of busy work here, game. Not sure I appreciate that. So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously? Way to go, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard kind of a wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bah! Okay, I take it back. These guys are funny again. Kind of thing. A career in acting, tragically missed. I agree. Maybe these guys should be the two VTubers. And where were the voices coming from, could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windibank. On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. What? Oh crap! What, Nash? What? He got us, man. Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. Oh, bugger me. Nah. We didn't know the geezer. No. What are you talking about? Oh, how am I supposed to deny it when that bloke in all the fancy clothes was giving us the evil eye? I will literally drill laser holes through your head if you lie again. If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true for relative estimations of accurate and true. On my granny's life it is. Literally just got caught in a lie, but on a granny's life. We're totally telling the truth. It's a good job his granny's dead. That's why we started swearing on our granny's life. She got one. Ain't it clever? To summarize then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, to summarize the most recent explanation of events, and to summarize them again later, 5 minutes from now, a different way. You heard the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. Well, you make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after, though. We're good little boys and girls. You know, we're nice people. Anyway, the way I see it, you got free cleaning, therefore it's, you know, you kind of came out even. The bloke what owned the place was holding the gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. The bloke what owned... Wait, what? The Windibank had a... Whoa, hang on a second.
Hold it!
That ain't right. We're pressing that. You're saying that Mr. Windibank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, but that was a sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other. Must have got pretty heated. Wait a minute. When did this happen? When did they see this? If this was at the counter, they never would have gone in. If it was after they went in the back door, they couldn't have seen it. What's this coming from? Oh, you guys are just making stuff up now. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Oh, they didn't... Wait a minute, did he say he saw him with the gun, or he's just assuming he had a gun because of what he was saying? Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind.
More of an empty threat, you could say. Mr. Windibank was known to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times, mostly to threaten to commit suicide with. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a gun in someone's head if required, usually his own. That's someone being himself, of course, exactly. Good grief, extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. That's not where you aim the gun. Well, it certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was going to shoot beat him to it. Cooked his goose proper. Bet he wished he squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun." And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun. Damn! Like that. Kind of thing. Yep. A career in acting very tragically missed. And we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. Before everyone went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. There'd been a murder 2 seconds before, so we just, cleaned up the front room while the murderer was in the back. Just in case they came out, didn't want them to see a mess, you know. I mean, we're thieves, but we're civilized. Well, I mean, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shoe to come out the door and get us next, which is why we, hung around and cleaned up. Midnight Merry Maids. So you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not all your life. It went deathly quiet after that, it did. Put the wind right up in me. But anyway, door was locked, wasn't it? No way that wasn't opening. Oh yeah, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Guff, it was, from the inside. Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or a spy hole perhaps. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. Right after all the cleaning we did. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see. But one day, we don't quite get the hang of this whole robbery thing, but, we'll figure it out one day. We'll really cut the mustard. One day we'll have a descendant named Kay Faraday, and she'll be way better at stealing things than us. Please cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yeah, unfortunately, I was kind of hoping you'd forget about that part. Looks kind of bad for me. Gina was there unconscious with the gun in her hand. To confirm, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Golf, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. Door was locked. We snuck everything back to where we found it and scampered straight into him in the black.
Hold it!
By which you mean me. Yeah, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Oh, yeah, this is a bit awkward there, isn't it? What a bit nasty there. I mean, we was, Dash, we was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Hey, good advice, miss, good advice. Yep, take that hard, I will. Truth be told, mine went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand pointed at my friend. Mental note made, miss. Mental note made. Yep. Duly noted. Will do. After that, we laid down the street, but apparently we dodged into the coppers or something. Can't imagine why. I mean, look at us. Such nice, innocent-looking folk we are. So they clapped the dollies on us like Winkling. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Yeah, well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, didn't it, aye? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we?
Hold it!
We can't be convicted of shooting this guy because we shot the other guy. And why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, ain't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had a gun to his head.
In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery, Mr. Windibank. Okay, so they didn't actually see him. They're just assuming he had a gun from the words that were said. Correct. You going, mister? Yeah! Celebratory secret handshake time. Down to a T. So the Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? Is that really true, I wonder? Should I check the court record, I wonder? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it. Okay. I really would like that herbal tea. If you could make some for me, that'd be great, Iris. Thanks.
No problem. I'll get that book on emotional intelligence for you, too, if you want. After all, I'm much smarter than you.
Alright, let's see. What? Is there a contradiction here, or do we need to press everything again because the game's going to be a jerk like it was in Chapter 3? Did knock a few things over, but weren't rifling for nothing. Just before the gunshot, I have nothing that's going to disprove that. The bloke what owned the place was holding a gun, so he shouldn't have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. So he didn't say he saw him holding a gun, he just said he assumed it from the statement made. I don't understand how he gets that from the statement made. Oh god, I've got so much evidence. Nope. Well, this seems like proof that he didn't have a gun. I don't want to be too risky here because this is a long trial and I'm going to die if I start playing Cavalier with my health points. Whoops. Give me that gun. Okay, I need a refresher. I need to remind myself what he said here. He's saying that Windibank had a gun in his hands. Oh yeah, bet that was a sight. Them two waving guns at each other must have got pretty heated. Bet that was a sight. So he didn't actually see it? I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot, before he shouted out. I think he has the impression that he had the gun and she didn't. Oh, I think I... Okay, I think I had the right answer for the wrong reason. I might still have the wrong reason, but I think I was right about the answer. Yes. Very cute. Look at that handshake. Alright, so... yeah, let's give this a bash. Let's see if this is the answer.
Objection.
It is the answer, okay. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? Sorry, Gov. You got the picture? Yeah, I do have the picture, and you're an idiot. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windibank was not in possession of a firearm of any description.
Objection!
Look at this photograph. Every time I do, it makes me cross-eyed. You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? I mean, it's already been entered. I mean, what more harm could it do to talk about it? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer couldn't have been about to turn the tables on the gun, eh? Hardly likely. Nope, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel, and heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulkin's never skulkin'. They're constantly lying, but they're never skulkin'. Okay, hang on a second. I need to review this. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that comes in more? Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photo presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Really? Really?
All right. Time to crack open another can. I got to think about this. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's defense. I mean, I feel like we do. It has a timestamp on it and everything. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl. So they're saying that the geezer could have grabbed the gun from her? I'm not sure I'm following. The bloke that owned the place was holding a gun. I mean, she shot him. So I'm not really seeing. Gina's case features prominently. I'm not sure there'd be anything there that would help at the moment. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. Why is my name on this? Oh, yeah, because I was a witness. I forgot about that. Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. Do I want to present that? Or maybe this? I mean, that's a bullet hole in the back. I feel like not a whole lot of time could have passed too much between her having the gun to shoot him with and her actually shooting him. Single round was fired. The bloke who owned the place was holding the gun. He just fired. A fold-up device that allows anyone to enjoy seeing things in 3 dimensions without looking all derpy like Iris. After the murder taken place, I mean, this would imply that a half an hour has gone by. I'm a little confused. It literally says a short time before the murder took place. I mean, come on. Give me a break here. Single discharge. That's Windibank's gun. That's the Skulkin gun. Plan of Windibank's pawnbrokery. The scene of the crime. It shows the relative position. There are no other signs of trauma? I mean, what are they arguing? Are they arguing that he took the gun from her and then she just took it back? And even if that were disproved, what does that actually get us? I'm a little bit mystified by this one, I have to admit. You know, it's not this. That's old blood. That's not going to matter. That's just his. That's fine. Well, this is why this trial has taken 2 hours per part. Blood is Mason's. That's not going to matter. That's not going to matter. Let's examine this real quick. I'm just curious what comes of it. Pawnbroker peerages and pick purse plunder. There's the alliteration again. Oh, that was Iris. Whoops. But tomorrow's headline will be Discharged Diver's Dauntless Do-Gooder, right? That's what you came up with. Yes, something like that. If possible, I'd like to go even bigger. Even bigger. Proud pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps? What is she, a superhero now? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow's now. It's going to be great. Oh yeah, I forgot. You write fiction for a living. Maybe I shouldn't be asking you about this. What about this? Why can't I examine this? Sensational story down the front page. Ministry mole, classified secrets. Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. You mean like that Russian revolutionary over there? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, are you? No, I'm not interested in being a revolutionary. Could be, and it could explain why he has Grexy running from pillar to post at the moment. That's going to get updated. Okay, not relevant now. Relevant later. Still confused by this. Should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl.
I mean, I've got 3 different pieces of evidence showing that the guy was shot with a gun by her, so, I mean, this is a little baffling. I'm kind of agreeing with Zeke's here. We're literally trying to make his case for him by saying, no, she did shoot him. That's not what we want to do. I'm going to have to start taking some risks here because I'm genuinely baffled. The bloke who owned the place was holding a gun. A very obvious picture of him not holding a gun didn't work. We don't get to use fingerprints, so what proves that they were yelling? No, I'm still genuinely baffled by this. I actually don't know what the answer is. I don't want to look up a guide. I don't want to game over, but I don't want to look up a guide. Not going to be that. Not going to be that. Shouldn't be that. Not going to be that. Not going to be that. Not going to be that. It won't be that. Well, this and this both show that he was shot. And particularly that he was shot in the back. Pop, wind blank. Is there something that says no sign of a struggle? Instant death. Wound to the heart. Bullet trajectory. Blah, blah, blah. No other visible signs of trauma. I got my carbonated water, MTaz. I'm good. I'll skip on ice cream, though. I'm not big on the sugary stuff, which is why I'm drinking carbonated water. Do I just want to roll with the autopsy report? Other than the actual picture of that not being the thing that he says, I don't know anything else. I'm going to roll with it, but...
Objection!
Nope, I'm screwed. This reveals a damning inconsistency in Psy'Min's logic. Yep, it sure does. Get ready to have your life bar fucked over. As I look at you, Counsel, I see your troubling hand, your pallid expression, and your perspiring brow. Yep. Get bent. Alright, it's not that. I did invite it, but that's only because your game's bullshit. Let's see. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling, "Give me that gun." We can't really contradict that. This is the new statement, so I'm guessing that's what we need to... We never even had a chance, did we? Do I want to press again and see if there's any hidden nonsense?
Hold it!
I kind of do, as evidenced by the fact that I did. Let's just zoom through it and see if anything else gets triggered like it did last time. We never ransacked nothing, right? Just like you said. Quit lying. Okay. Just before, give me that gun.
Hold it!
Let's zip through this real quick. We did. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Wait, hang on a second. We had a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Bam. Are they implying this was all one sentence? I mean, with no other context, this should be two people talking, because the person with the gun is going to say, if you don't want to get shot, and then the person who doesn't have the gun is going to say, give me that gun. I mean, that's a clear contradiction of the facts. The question is, how do I point that out? Where were the voices coming from? From the other side of the storeroom door. Wait a minute, the voice you heard was Windabank? On me granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. That's how I know you're lying, because she's dead. The voice you heard was of the victim, so it wasn't Gina. You both knew Mr. Windibank and the sound of his voice. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun. Are they implying that there were two guns? And I have to point out that there was one. Let me try something else here. Oh, it's Granny's life. That doesn't exist. Alright, remember, we work for Merry Maids. Alright, we heard a voice yell out, "Give me that gun." This is still, Do I have something that just states that it was the same? It's Windibank's gun and Gina was holding it. Is this gonna be enough?
Objection!
No! What? What is going on here? Damning, you say? I'm gonna say the same thing I said last time. Because you did another stupid. I feel like this is what needs to be contradicted. Because this is the thing that's the most blatant lie, but everything I've been trying that would do it, and I have multiple things that would do it, none of them work. Huh. It's not his own gun. It's not the picture. Well, I feel like the autopsy report is just as good as the picture of the corpse because it says basically the same thing. This didn't do it, and they implied that something better would do it. So what is this something better? I'll try this again for fun. I know it doesn't work, but come on. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windibank, was holding a gun. That's it, Gov. You got the picture. Yes, no question. Actually, I don't. Because last time I did this, you told me I was dumb. Not in possession of a firearm. I surprise you? Really? I mean, I don't want to do that, but it does technically prove they're lying. Was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Yeah, that's right. Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Yeah, hardly likely. Come on. You know, it's usually the defense lawyer that's bluffing, but right now it seems like everyone else is bluffing me. Heed my earlier warning, witnesses. Skulking's never skulking. I haven't had a chance to press some of this other stuff. Didn't open the storeroom door on your life. Door was locked, blah, blah, blah. Things you've already done. We had no way of knowing what was going on there, did we? Some other way to get through. Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. We'll really cut the mustard. This is all the same. Gina was in there unconscious with the gun in her hand. I don't have that picture, do I? I got the picture of Dude Fella McGee here, but I don't have a separate one. No, nothing? Alright. I'm not sure what that would have gotten me. I was just curious. That's right, Gov, that's right. Couldn't have, even if we wanted to. We snuck everything back where we found it and scampered. Can't contradict that. Pressing him. We'll just press the rest of these statements and see if we choke up anything else. You shot Mr. Holmes. Oh, yeah, that.
What about that? You forgot about that? My friend's in the hospital, you assholes. Stop waving a loaded gun around. That's my job. Your gun looks like a trumpet. Doesn't matter. Yeah. See, that proves we didn't shoot nobody. Whoops. That's the full extent of their testimony. Are you sure you don't want that tea? No. Wait a minute. Am I supposed to look for stuff? She's telling me to trust my instincts. My instincts have been wrong every single time during this cross-examination. Let's get to the end here.
Hold it!
One more press. And why should we believe that? Why should we believe anything you have to say? Well, because it's true, ain't it? The place is totally empty when we went in. Yeah. They never even laid eyes on the witness, correct? That's gotta trigger something. Come on, you guys didn't see what you is be saying you seeing. Never actually encountered Mr. Windibank. Is that really true, I wonder? Or is that the pressing point? Unfortunately, we have no way of knowing which bullet came from which gun. We don't get ballistic markings back in the late 1800s. What if I go to the end here? Is this what I get to... I don't know. Usually when you uncover a new statement, that gives you a chance to do things. I mean, you kind of had a chance to kill him, because there's the window flap that you could have opened. Is that what I need to do?
Objection!
No! Dang it. No, I actually am with Brianowski on this one. It actually does show a glaring inconsistency. I'm on his side this time. I did not invite it. I was right. You're dumb. You did have a chance to shoot him. There's a little flappy window right there. It's the one we looked into when we found the body, because the door was still locked. Not that, not that. Not that, not that. Oh, wait a minute. Do I use this to show that they couldn't have seen Mr. Windibank? Whoops. We heard a voice. Does this prove that he couldn't have seen Mr. Windibank because of the angle of the walls and the door? Because their entire counter-argument to, but she had the gun, it's like, well, you don't know that he didn't take the gun from her before she took it back. It's like, yeah, but I'm not the one who needs to prove stuff. You are. The burden of proof is on you pricks. All right, I'm going to die on this cross-examination, but we need to make something happen here, so...
Objection!
You've got to be joking. Clearly at odds. I'm sorry. The music didn't stop, therefore you're screwed. The bloke would own the place, was holding the gun. I mean, it's got to be this statement or the last statement, right? It's got to be one of the two, but which one? Which frickin' one? Huh. Let's see. Whoops. No, not press. Stop. No. Go back. No. 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 This first page is all useless. I showed the gun, I showed the picture, I showed the autopsy report. Maybe the angle going to the picture. I showed the autopsy report, but not the crime scene photo.
Objection!
Oh, you've got to be. Why? Why this? I've got a half dozen things that prove that he's lying. Why this one? You say the victim, Mr. Windibank, was wielding a gun. That's it, Gov. You got the picture. I had the picture before, and you guys dinged my life meter for like 80%. Nerfy Honda. Yes, Nash, he has, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows... I mean, that was immediately after, yeah. That Mr. Windibank was not holding a firearm of any description. You what? Yeah, but Gina was... Wouldn't they just argue that Gina took it or moved it or something? How does this prove it any better than the other picture? And who's Gordon Bennett?
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. Yes, to shoot the victim. No, wait, I take that back. Gina's innocent. I would remind the court that Mr. Windibank's gun was found at the scene. Alright, well, at least we're moving forward. Let's see how they explain this. Not only was it identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. Gasping awe. Yeah, that mole tooler. That mole tooler used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun. Bam! Sort of thing. Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Oh, because they're saying because he was shot in the back and not the front. But he said that right before he was shot. That's a stretch. I see now. Okay, their acting had a point. Alright. If the crime had taken place as you so colorfully demonstrated in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Are you sure, counsel? Are you sure I shouldn't just ding you again? You intrigue me, my learned friend. But let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? I mean, that they shot him in the back, which is the picture I just showed. Do I need to show the autopsy report now? Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Entered from the back. I mean, the picture shows this too. I'm not sure this shows anything different. Where is the proof that... I mean... The only reason I'm not presenting this is because I just presented it. Do they want the autopsy report now?
Take that!
Please don't kill me. According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of, "Give me that gun," followed by the gunshot. He said it while standing backwards. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, so we've been led to believe. Okay, so that's how they're trying to sell this. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. You guys didn't see anything anyway. Why do I care what you think? Why are we talking about this? Just lock your asses up in jail. So, as I stated before, there's an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Mister. I guess we want to prove they're not credible witnesses, and then we can say, hey, Gina's innocent because look at these two goofballs. But, this goes on as truth, even though we couldn't see anything because the door was closed. It is, Nash, it is. When he was shot that night, the shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes, so did you now? Well, that's new, ain't it? Did I hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Oh. See, the thing I was trying to catch you on like 20 minutes ago Something like that might have slipped out. Fuck.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question, they actually saw with their own eyes the victim wielding a gun. Therefore, Gina killed him in self-defense, and she's innocent. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person.
I just realized the dude's name is Nash. We're continuing the Street Fighter theme. Didn't even realize.
My name's Charlie in the English version. Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Oh, well, the thing is, I wasn't supposed to,
This is my I'm done with this completely face. It would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. Hey, you called these witnesses, man. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you.
Dude, have you met us?
Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? At this point, Ryunosuke should just be dusting his hands off and being like, can me and Gina go now? This is your best.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Governor. Truth is, we, cut it out, Nash, cut it out. If we blab now, you know what it'll do to us? Who are they talking about?
Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you.
Can I turtle in the corner? Is that an option? Bruv, come on, the game's up. But he'll have a guts for goddess. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out, because you guys are terrible liars. I mean, the truth didn't come out in the third case, but that's because I sucked. On the night in question... No, that's actually because the police sucked. I forgot. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face-to-face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. And for real, no lying this term. For extra, really, really real. Do we have to? On pain of death. Whoa, dude, serious.
I have an infinite. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth.
Might be calling you bluff, mate. Oh, shites. Encounter with the victim. Alright, let's do this again. Oh, is that the for real music? Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed. And then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it.
Oh, so what he said was what he actually said.
Why would you say that? You guys are terrible at this. For old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. Pulled the gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. We never had nothing to do with kill him. That's all what happened, I swear.
So when I presented that picture of him lying on the floor, it wasn't even the angle of his back facing toward the door that he could have been shot from the little flappy window there. It's like, no. It just couldn't have been shot in the back at all. And now we're doing this. I swear, if that's going to be the rebuttal to their testimony right now, I mean, my God, come on.
Stop dragging the stream out, guys. That lady on the telegraph only has so much bandwidth.
So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? I did not hear about this. You guys are so dead later.
Sorry.
Well, we find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably because I'm just going to believe everything you say at face value now.
Be honest, Gov. I mean, this time, Nash, we ain't got much more to hide.
Very well. I guess we don't need to do a cross-examination anymore. She's guilty. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination anyway.
Yes, my lord, this is it. The moment I've been waiting for. More lying! Maybe their third brother is Kokichi. Right, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellows, and he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For the old geezer, bloke strong as an ox, he chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. We never had nothing to do with kill him. It's all what happened, I swear. What do you think, Iris?
I think they're lying through their asses.
That's all these brothers are revealing to feel this time. So this is the story this time, is it?
They're still hiding something, don't you think?
Absolutely. I'm sure of it. And not just a minor detail either.
It's almost certainly because of these two that poor Mr. Winterbank, well, you can't let him get away with it, Ryu.
I know, but I get the feeling there's even less evidence at my disposal this time. I had like 5 pieces of evidence and 4 of them did nothing. This time it's going to be even harder.
We've come so far. Now it's time to finish them off.
All right, I'll do my best. I'm not sure I have enough meter. Hour 3. Not even through part 2. Good God. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and even decided relief when the geezer showed his mug.
Hold it!
Did he now? When you say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Winterbank? Well, sir, sorry, that's right. Gotta learn my manners now, or else Dracula is going to suck my blood. We was keeping an eye on the entrance to the gaff, obviously, but we never thought no one was going to come out of the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yeah, that must have been where he popped up from. Only place could have been. So it would seem that the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premise.
Which means Jeannie must have been there at that point as well.
But that doesn't make sense, does it? No, it doesn't. I'm still trying to figure out the timeline here of what actually happened. If Gina had threatened Mr. Winterbank into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived?
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe Gina's actually the one who's dead. I'm right here. Did you see the accused at that time?
What, that more taller? Couldn't tell you.
No way, cobber. We had bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it. Still don't know what a mole toller is. At least they're not calling her Chevy Chase again. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it.
Hold it!
You mentioned that Mr. Winterbank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Why did you volunteer that earlier? Even in the first test, you guys are so dumb. Yeah. Was the victim Mr. Winterbank wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? Blimey, Loomy, a great big barrel he had. Pointed straight at me frontispiece. At me frontispiece. You know what a frontispiece is? My frontispiece, he was pointing at it. So what you're saying is frontispiece. You definitely saw Mr. Winterbank with the gun at that time. Is that right? Did I mention my frontispiece? It is gov, it is spot on. But all of a sudden, he came at us, he did. I was scared for my bro's frontispiece. It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You were clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we had it. I mean, it takes a long time to charge a sonic boom. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter.
Hold it!
Yeah, I noticed that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. Because it was there. He knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. Same dialogue as before, exactly. That got tangled up in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked them scales on the floor. Also what he said before. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock things off the counter. Well, big broth here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell you. Then the old geezer pinned him. He didn't actually did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a blooming pancake in seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. There is a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right, when the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they?
Poor Mr. Windibank. He did everything he could to protect his shop.
I pulled my gun on him, and then they legged it through that door in the back room.
Oh, press.
Hold it!
Were you intending to shoot Mr. Windibank? No, never. I was just, looking up for my brother, wasn't I? It won't be a flattened, don't forget. I heard a bling, and I wondered if that meant I could pursue, but I guess not. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes. And then, the man flew into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yeah, that's it. He shoved me away then, ran off through that door and shut himself in. Just ignore the fact that I'm sweating like crazy over here. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. Is there really?
I wonder why Mr. Windibank ran away into the storeroom.
What?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Jeannie was in there waiting for him, with a gun.
Oh yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windibank's gun to threaten him and force him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windibank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Oh, literally make a mental note of it. I thought maybe something was going to ding or it was going to record in the court record or something. Well, the point is, me and my brother here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and my brother here. We never had nothing to do with killing him. This all would happen, I swear. I pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through that door into the back room. We never had nothing to do but this one. And then he legged it into the back room. He said make a mental note of it. Maybe it's going to come up here. I haven't pressed number 5 yet. You say you had nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing, Guff, nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. Good and strong, wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh, crap. It would indeed appear so. What say to you to that, counsel? I just had a thought. Hang on a second. This has literally nothing to do, there we go, with the case, but for some reason, hey, look at that. Oh, that doesn't work at all. I thought I'd play with the chat a bit, but it doesn't want to. I had an idea to make it snap to the bottom there, but it didn't work, so okay, whatever. I'll just highlight the last comments. Oh, we're going to play real ghetto here. Alright, never mind, back to the game. What say you to that, counsel? I don't know, what were we talking about? I was playing OBS. I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Whoops. What did I click? There's no... Oh, that's the one I clicked. I thought I clicked the other one. I mean, they could have shot him through the window. That's what I'm trying to say. Now a 10-year-old is reading the expression on my face. Well, you just don't have that many. Wide-eyed, sweating, smug, and happy. That's about it. What are the other 7 dwarfs? Surely there's more to that, isn't there? Anyway, I think you might want to consider some other possibilities here. Or rather, I think you have to. Otherwise, we won't get anywhere. Maybe try looking at the screen before you click. Alright. So that's all they're willing to reveal. Alright, let's get back there. I want to pick the other thing. Oh, I just realized something. I forgot that I was supposed to be going for a sneaky little, there we go. Alright, we're going to get our achievements real quick, and then I'm going to pick the other option there. Let's press you for fun.
Excuse me.
Mr. Nash, do you have something to add? Eh? What? Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Do I look like I think much? Oh yeah, I was just thinking about my bro, Skulky. Skulking. Always used to nab me share of the grub when we had anything to eat. Sounds mean. Well, that's why you think it's him. Oi, what are you looking at me for, sunshine?
Hold it!
That was cute. Man, there's probably a lot of secret dialogue in here.
Excuse me.
Mr. Ringo, do you have something to add? Were you thinking about your other brother too? Oh, well, yeah. I was just thinking about my brother, Skulky. Oh, the one you lost touch with? Yeah, blimey. Could be a saint sometimes, that one. Always used to give me a share of his grub when we had anything to eat. Sounds like a very kind man. Get out of it. He's chipped some wine. I'm not sharing. Hey, I got an achievement for that. Okay. Let's go back and fix my screw up. Pull the gun on him. Never had nothing to do with killing him.
Hold it!
Alright, let's pay attention here when we click. Nothing to do with it. Nothing at all. Nothing. Okay, so someone else still could have shot him because there is a hole in the door. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Winnemig? I actually thought I clicked on there could have been by accident, and I was like, okay, that's what I said, but I guess I didn't. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Which one are you referring to first? Who's the first one and who's the second one? And now it's reconnected. Not happy about that. According to OBS, we're just past the 3-hour mark. I guess that's true because we started late. But yeah, OBS, get your stuff together here. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to this plan of the premise. Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that and stuff? The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2 conundrums? Twice as many your chances to be right. Hey, see, Ryunosuke can be an optimist. Indeed. Namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Okay, let me jump back to... Oh, the chat literally vanished again. Why are you doing that, you bugger? Chat issue since when? Since it keeps doing this. Since it keeps changing whenever it updates. Alright. I'm not going to bugger with it too much. Where was the victim at the time? No, this trial is just very freaking long. So, this is the last trial of the game, so it's going to go on for a bit. Where was the victim at the time? Great question. Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Ryu? I'm not entirely sure, but there is one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, which I feel like I already have, but nobody was listening, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Well, I'm saying it's from here because there's a hole in the damn door. Right? The defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from the location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Well, he was where we found him, because he died instantly, and we know that.
Take that!
He shot him through the door, because there's a hole in the door. You blind idiot. The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Oh, you knew this, and you were just being obstinate. Okay, fine. Mr. Windibank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. Right there. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. I've been trying to say that since like 2 cross-examinations ago. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windibank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Oh, we're not even arguing that he shot through the cubbyhole thing. We're just arguing that the door wasn't even closed. Okay, all right. That's fair. That's a possibility. You can't deny that. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. What? Crazy talk.
Come to think of it, you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial?
Not particularly. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. Hey, short boy. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself.
Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety.
Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. Oh, okay, that's the argument. All right, also fair. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. Yeah, the Destroyer is probably the easiest mechanical boss in hard mode, so just don't make contact with the body. Especially don't make contact with the head, because that thing does a huge amount of damage.
So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windibank.
Objection!
I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. Auto-scroll! You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room. Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Well, Gina was there too, idiot. Come on. What if someone else locked the door? What, like the only other person in the... Oh, right. Yeah, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? I've completely forgotten that Gina was even there. Wait, who are we prosecuting again? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from the inside? Well, Derpa Derpa, where is she? There she is. Who do you think?
Take that!
Take that, shove it right up your nose. Obviously, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time. The defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade.
Objection!
That's absurd. You're suggesting that the accused had deliberately engineered the sealed room? Maybe she was trying to protect herself, asshole. What do you think? From what possible reason? The guy with the gun outside? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I am inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Come on. Yeah, that's a tricky one, isn't it? No, not really. Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Jenny would have locked the door. It almost goes without saying, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It does, doesn't it? See, you're the smartest one here. Well, if I was Jenny in that situation, I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in a direction, hadn't they? Oh yeah, obviously. Obviously. Obviously, incredibly obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at the time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? Oh, that's us, bruv. If your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yeah, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back into the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang! The sound of them not escaping danger. Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? Oh, I'll say where you go with this. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Mrs. Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it in order to save her own life. This should be incredibly obvious. How am I spelling this out? But I mean, we're the ones who did it. Wait, Gov, wait. You just gotta believe us. I mean, come on. We'd never shoot no one. You totally have to believe us, because we haven't been lying this entire time. That's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would, because you shot at us. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Holmes. Oh, yeah, right. Sorry, Bob. Yes. How is this trial not over right here? Seriously. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, still not sure which one's coming first. You brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. No, yeah, I think you might have us there. I don't really have a rebuttal for that. Well, where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? What? I should have known of those three brothers. That was amazing, Ryu. You just repeated what I said, and that was brilliant. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever. And probably the last. Someone needs to start throwing some white fireballs before Zeeks opens his mouth and objects. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict of not. Oh, too late. Zeeks is laughing. Not a good sign. An admirable effort, my learned friend. Time for evidence we haven't seen yet or something. He's laughing. I showed him the photograph. Every time I do, it makes him laugh. You find the situation amusing, Lord Van Zeeks. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. I dare say. Good job, Taz. Beat the Destroyer. He is the easier one, but now you got some hallowed bars you can use to make some stuff. If you're still playing ranged, I think you can make a repeater. Can't remember. But at least you can make some ranged armor. I dare say. Such chicanery, I love that word, chicanery, is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. Pettifoggery. Wait, no, chicanery is not my favorite word. Pettifoggery, I found a new one. What's pettifoggery? The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Is that what pettifoggery is? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I kind of am, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not sure what he's talking about. Well, say, Lord Van Sykes, might be an idea to explain this badly conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground, huh? The fatal flaw in my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. Oh yeah, that part. I forgot about that part. By George, count bullets! There is possibilities to explain that, but nothing I have access to right now. If he shot... yeah. Unfortunately, we don't know which bullets came from which guns, because we can't track that in this time period. Oh, dear. I forgot how to count. Sorry. Oh, he noticed. Oh, no. I actually did notice that problem. I was just going to keep quiet and hope no one else did. What's everyone talking about? As usual, Iris is 5 steps ahead of everybody. Counsel. Yes? I'm Asian. I'm good at math. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? 2. 2 bullets. Correct. The first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Holmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed, the defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. Maybe I should have done that. The bullet which injured Mr. Holmes appears to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin Brothers revolver. Yeah, we don't need this spelled out, we get it. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Oh yeah, it does. A single bullet from each one. I knew we should have taken Gita and run when we had the chance. Now then, my learned friend. Time for grade 2 arithmetic. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Holmes right before your eyes. Oh, I did say that, didn't I? Oh my goodness! I think you'll find... What? If a single bullet was fired from the brother's gun, hitting Mr. Holmes, it means... Weatherbank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick, with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Technically, it would have been Iris's trick. She's the one that saw it. I'm just dumb. Order! Get me another bottle. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hallowed nectar into the public gallery. I just brained someone's grandmother. Lord Van Zeeks, that was my grandmother! But this court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Oh, here we go, bringing up their past, like it matters to the trial here. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. What? I forgot about that! And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. Oh, that's going to become immediately important, because that's how the pattern goes. That disc, we haven't seen that in a while. We haven't seen that since last stream. We'll be taking that, whatever it is, of Begilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. Now, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is. Mine. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Yeah, that music box disc. McGilded's music box disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windibank. The accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly didn't belong to her. Did too! And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Goodness gracious! I'm just going to keep saying goodness gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no depths to which this girl would not stoop if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets this fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc in evidence, counsel, so that the defense can use it against you later. Hold it! Oh, you objected. Okay. I got that. That sounded like Ryosuke. Oh, Lord Van Zeeks, Inspector Gregson, what? Yes, Inspector. Sorry, wrong voice. Yes, Inspector. We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed upon that that disc wouldn't be used as evidence. I don't give a toot what you want. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time he said anything to Van Zeeks at all. I am unaware of any such meeting. What else were the instructions right from the top? The government bigwigs were insistent. I care not. Inspector, I am the prosecution, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. But... I said noted, but... The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed, bailiff. But... The prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. Because that's what matters. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. Unless they're really not informed like the other dozen times. I don't believe it. Are we going to have another jury minigame? I had the jury on my side for once for all of 5 minutes. Yeah, sounds about right. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, were you? Here we go. What if I might say something at this point? Kind of like I did last time. I was going to say something similar. Been stumbling about in a bit of fog up till now, if truth be told. But all of a sudden... That's just bally obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh, crap. I hate this minigame. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yeah, I'm going to watch for the headbutt this time, because that was hilarious.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Headbutt. Okay, I must have just missed that the first time. Dude literally just stands up and craniums his desk. I have to keep my hands clean! We have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Hey, I'm pretty sure Holmesy said that. You stole it. Yeah, exactly. That's my line. I wrote that for Holmesy.
That's plagiarism. How dare you use it against us? You owe me royalties.
Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. That's beyond any doubt. Remember, Gina, we're right and they're wrong. And that's how we know we're right and they're wrong. We will proceed with the second summation examination of the day. I don't think any of the other trials had two. Maybe they did? I can't remember. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Garib Scoldren is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my God, when does part 2 finish? You will each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty this time again. Can't wait to hear juror number 4 again. And number 6. Who chose these jurors? Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, huh? Different breed, us law-abiding citizens. Not really what you should be basing your decision on, but alright.
As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. I've just been thinking about it all trial. Where am I again? This doesn't look like the movie theater.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
What does that have to... What? Okay, that's going to be an interesting press. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. Meaning I can count to 2, like prosecutor said. Hang on, pierogi's done. It would seem there's very little room remaining for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. When that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Notwithstanding the maid or nothing, don't pay any attention to that. Well, no more. The whole courtroom's turning against me again.
It's not fair.
Iris?
That prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things she shouldn't have done in the past doesn't make her a murderer.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, got me another bottle. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out. Eventually. 4 hours from now. That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. We're sorry we ever recognized this right. I get a nap. Yes, my lord. Don't ask me for any more pictures. Jury examination. I don't know. Juror number 1 is examining juror number 2 pretty well already. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say, him. Different breed does law-abiding citizens.
Hold it!
Just because Miss Lestrade has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder. Is that what you're saying? Well, we're all members of the British Army, so quick to judge. Oh, making it personal. I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier, or a pickpocket, or a different race than you, Van Zeeks, is wrong and dangerous. It kind of makes you a dick. Well, yes, might have pointed out, I suppose. Let's not forget the girl's already shown she had it in her from before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through. Can't deny it. When you say that she'd showed she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe that only a day earlier, or am I mistaken? Well, not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that.
I've never actually seen the real thing. I can't wait to have a closer look at it.
Oh, yeah, of course. Is that a hint? Should I be examining this thing? Mr. Holmes did use his caramel bars to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? I forgot about that. Oh, that's right. He actually literally made a silver version. And then ordered every type of music box he could find from across Europe. Oh, I just realized something interesting. Oh, that's going to have to come into relevance in the second game, because there's...
for those who haven't been watching from the beginning, although you really should have, this is not an entirely blind playthrough. I know how the first game ends. I know nothing about the second game except a little bit of the first trial, which is just the tutorial anyway. But yeah. Oh, you have a copy. Oh, that's... where that's going to come up. Oh, I forgot about that. That could be interesting. Okay, alright. Gonna remember that. Moving on. We ordered every music box he could find from across Europe so he could listen to the damn thing. We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? I might have an inkling. But hearing the whole tune is going to be interesting, because that I don't know. But I'd love to see how the original compares to Holmes's copy. The Gilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we should explain it in more detail, or examine it in more detail. And now we're really spelling it out for Psy'Min, so he'll definitely check it out. Alright, let's go look at it. The obvious thing first. Oh, Ryu, look! This is blood! Oh, are we gonna... Oh, we're gonna smoke bomb it, aren't we? We're gonna smoke bomb it. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Yeah, we did, but we didn't have the smoke bomb before. Then it's my time to shine again. I thought I'd be waiting forever. Oh, Ryerson is on it. She's got the gun loaded. She's like, I can't wait. You show me some blood, I'm gonna cover it in powder. Alright, hold still with that disc, Ryu. Can we get this done quickly, Iris? In a flash! There's just an explosion of dust by the defense desk, and it's like, what the hell's going on over there? What are you doing to the... You're literally tampering with the evidence. Oh, a lovely bright shade again. Wait a minute. That color... What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Nope. No, it's not. Blood samples portfolio has been updated. That was back to being red. Do I care about this? I mean, we're here. We might as well examine everything. For McGilded. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Ryu? Yeah, rather mistakenly defended. Obviously, for some reason, I keep thinking his name was Cogsney McGundle. I'm not sure why. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. That's all I'm getting? That's all you got for me? Blood and bumps? Alright, that's all I want. The smear of blood on it turns green when analyzed. So, just for kicks and giggles, purple, blue. Oh, it's here! Okay, alright, they added it to the thingamadoodle. Also green. Same color. It's not like a villager from Minecraft. Okay, well, we'll see if that comes up here. We need to press U yet.
Hold it!
It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired there have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yeah? Sometimes after dinner, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like to find china. Is your employer dining with thieves? Not pickpockets, those are different. So I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Could that be possible? I can't prove it. It's not impossible, but I can't prove it yet. That was actually knocking around in my head a little bit earlier, but I don't really have the stuff to make that happen yet. We'll see if I get access to things in later presses. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. That's why I threw my fireball. Right. I don't imagine the good man of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet when I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I remember the last time that happened. I should receive a sound scolding, I don't doubt.
And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me.
A third bullet?
It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it?
Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere?
I don't think anything would be that convenient, but I might have an inkling how we get there.
You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, it was that pickpocket.
Hold it!
So if I've understood correctly, you need 2 pictures, a left eye one, and a slightly different right eye one. We're just going straight to this? Weird.
Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this. Just like if you were using your real eyes. Ugh.
So if we had 2 bullets, I don't suppose you could see anything useful with them.
I think you'll find that no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock.
They keep calling it a dock, so I'm not used to that.
How can you be so sure of that? Well, think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the detective, didn't they?
Well, yeah, that's been mentioned once or twice.
Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it?
You love your puns, don't you? This is a waste of time. I'm not going to change his mind anytime soon. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. Oh, are we going to pull a Von Karma and say that there's a bullet lodged in someone, and this guy is going to kind of get to that point with his anecdotes? Is that what's going to happen? Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with this trial, sir? Like, why are you here? What? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it has nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Is this the guy that operated on Holmes? Is that what he's saying? Did you leave your scalpel in Sherlock? Iris is going to flip out on your ass. Huh? Is that going to be it? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. That's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering about all this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlick. Nope. Herlock. Nope. Hairlock. I'm completely done with it. I'm doing my Van Zeeks pose right now. I am done with this old turd. Sherlock Holmes, by any chance? Yes. Good Lord. It was that Hairlock fellow that I left my scalpel in. You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Holmes? My God, he is dead. That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, I might add. It's a fairly major op, I can tell you. Well, that's at least 2 people here that are extremely biased. Who chooses these jurors? Let me see. Also, what are these coincidences? 6 million people in this city, and who are we picking? The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I recall correctly. They said he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-toothed comb, and I couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fella back up. I hate to state the obvious, but did you put the scalpel in there? Yes! Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. The counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Holmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging by the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem 3-dimensionally. Huh? Who do you think I am, son? I don't know, senile old man. Juror number 4 is about the best I can do. You were juror number 6 a couple months ago, though. As soon as I saw the wound to the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did, and there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet has left the body at all. What? That's the point. The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards. I should really be back on the operating table right now, but, you know, it
It was the end of my shift, which is exactly why I set about slicing him up. And I'm still none the wiser, even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can someone explain how it happened? He was unconscious, or he would have started dancing around on his Roomba and explaining it to me. But he was out, so he couldn't do it.
It's almost as much of a mystery as how this jury was put together.
Did that change his statement?
The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where's an expert when you need one?
What do we got from this? You haven't changed. Whoops. You haven't changed. You haven't changed. You have changed, so let's press you again.
Hold it!
Mr. Holmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous.
I'm as surprised as anyone. My head hurts from banging on the table.
Well, there's no question that Mr. Holmes was shot.
Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in.
How bad do you think his injuries were, Doctor?
He was in a bad way. He lost a huge amount of blood, you know. And I suspect he was shot at quite close range, too. Because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry.
Burned?
As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit wound. Which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out.
And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient, so it's not a Von Karma.
Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how'd it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. If only there was some expert in ballistics who could help. Even if he looked extremely untrustworthy and was sitting 2 seats to the side, choking a mouse. Why the hell hasn't his pursuit option come up yet?
So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands.
The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. Okay, we'll talk to you in a minute. Okay, that's the same. All right. I hate to interrupt your live stream, miss, but we got some questions.
What do you mean you're in for a busy day?
Of streaming. Forgot to say. Stop. Do excuse me. Stop. I've got a charity stream later. Stop. I am a communications officer. Stop.
Why do you keep saying stop? I'm not gonna stop. A communications officer, does that have something to do with sending telegrams?
Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically.
To the entire world?
Thousands of miles under the cable under the sea. Stop. Worldwide communications network. Stop. Just so I can grind in Apex Legends. Stop. Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop. I'm gonna make diamond, I swear it. Stop.
Oh yeah, she was getting equally worked up about radio waves like before, wasn't she?
I need to make affiliate. I specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices.
I see.
I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper reports of today's guilty verdict later. So no sleep for me tonight, I imagine.
Can't they just watch the VOD? I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns.
Hold it!
Were you listening to the old guy? I thought you were just a tourist.
I am tourist from place with many guns. Ohio. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
There's no way he's just a visiting tourist.
Is this guy going to end up being the mastermind of the second game? If he is, that's going to be hilarious.
So you're a ballistics expert? Who knew?
I have much expertise with guns.
Ah.
I have lived through many. How do you say? Extreme. Violent. Bath of, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps?
Those! Extreme violent bloodbaths.
English is very difficult tongue.
Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Good comeback, Ryunosuke.
Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know, no mystery I cannot solve. I'm going to word this as blatantly as possible for idiot defense attorney.
He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. I wonder what I should do with that. It's a good thing none of the other jurors have any questions about guns, or I might need to pit someone against someone. But if possible, please, only in Russian. Also, can I get some beef stroganoff? He's not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear it in mind. He's our man if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Let's just keep saying the words about mysteries and guns and bullets over and over again. Can we connect these two dots that are so close they're basically touching?
When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't.
If we're gonna fight back, we need more material. We have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. What's the rope? Oh, I'm not even gonna bother.
Get your ass over here. Hey, old man. I got something I want to introduce you to. Hopefully you speak Russian.
Objection!
This better work.
Those two statements clearly contradict the
Those two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other? Wait, what? Is that a joke answer? What? Oh, a ballistic sex. That took me, but hang on. I need to. These two statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors. He actually said that. You fucking game. A ballistics expert. Pitting. Pit.
On the night in question, Mr. Holmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. I still can't believe I said that. But since there was no sign of an exit wound in his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Holmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Holmes was shot. At least we're not playing with collectible cards again. Juror number 6.
Hello, my name is Villain. Pleased to meet you. I am villain, not villain. Make sure you get straight.
This apparent contradiction of the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. Are you able to explain the mystery?
I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold, out of beef stroganoff.
The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Fully fueled by beef stroganoff, I might add. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. These jurors like to ramble a lot, and in weird accents that don't sound natural.
I was shot from behind, and I fell down in snow. And this situation was very similar to what I heard today from doctor.
They could not find bullet in my body, and no sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go?
The bullet never hit me.
What? Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down?
Bullet hit frozen wall of ice, very close to my side.
What?
One small piece, very sharp, broke away from a lump of ice and pierced my body. It made deep wound that looked just like bullet wound.
Good gracious!
Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me, and that is solution to mystery of disappearing bullet.
Dude, metal. But that doesn't answer the question at all. Huh? The shooting happened in a pawnbroker's shop, not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but what might we not be looking at exactly the same scenario here?
Ryu? Where exactly was Holmesy shot again?
Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think.
Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt.
A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that.
Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations.
What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Holmes was wearing? Why the hell would I have it? Oh, well, the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember.
If I may.
Lord Van Zeeks, you're gonna volunteer evidence again instead of having to needle it out of you?
While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I'm going to anyway, because fuck you. I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom.
Sorry?
As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Holmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound.
Oh, thank goodness! I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Still not sure where that scalpel is, though.
Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence related to the case. I can personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred.
Oh, very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, let's present new evidence that's going to help me immensely and immediately. Bring forth Mr. Holmes's pouch. I see. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Holmes on the night in question, is it? Look at that. One of the files is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. It's almost as if it was shot. Exploded. So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Holmes' pouch. Let me guess, the third bullet's going to conveniently be in here, just like that blade was in the dude's pipe. And it was the glass file exploding that caused the fellow's injury! Mystery solved! This bullet did not penetrate the victim, but was deflected into the wall of shop.
Wait, why did I give you that? What the hell was I thinking? A delightfully complex aroma.
Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least, not all the way.
Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered.
But at least the mystery's solved! I can sleep easy tonight and stop banging my head against this desk. Maybe I'll listen to what's going on now.
Da! Thank you very much.
Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum just solved, the court will sequester this scruffy pouch's evidence. How are these pouches in scruffy? Nope, but it is being submitted. Summation examination. Struggling to alter opinion, hang on a second. I just got new evidence. That's a new piece of evidence. It can be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to look anything over. Whenever I get something new admitted into evidence, it's always something I need immediately.
Alright. You just go ahead and... Whoops. Okay, you don't change. You...
I feel much better.
Okay, we will press you in a moment because you have a new thing to say, but let's examine our... let's examine Boyo here. Where is... Oh, there we go.
That looks like a bullet hole. It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look. This must be where the bullet hit then. Let me see.
Oh, hello.
Well, ain't that darn convenient. Iris, look! Behind where the broken file was. Do you see it? Ah, that's the Skulkin brothers' bullet.
Oh, do we know it? Yeah, I know. I guess we do know it's his because they're the ones who shot Holmes.
What a stroke of luck that it hit the pouch. This is an amazing...
So he didn't bleed. Oh, I was about to say we need to shoot this with Iris's gas, but it didn't actually penetrate. Though there should be blood on this anyway because there was an explosion, actually. Maybe we should dust it up regardless.
What that means is there were 3 bullets fired at Windibanks that night. We're still on part 2? Fuck me. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. I have clients tomorrow. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think.
Is there... No, there's no blood. Ah, okay. All right. Well, so this is in evidence. All right. Look at that 3rd bullet. Okay.
Well, you know what? I feel like pressing you anyway because your thing has changed, but then we'll press
Hold
number
it.
2.
I ask you to reconsider your leanings, sir.
Oh no, that's another matter entirely. I wasn't listening, I'm just doing what everyone else does. I'm really susceptible to peer pressure. All I can think about for the moment is this wonderful sense of relief I have that the mystery is solved. I need some time to let that sink in before I could possibly consider anything else.
All right, I thought surgeons had to be able to think quickly. Guess not.
Perhaps we should leave him alone for a while he savors his inner peace and focus on some of the other jurors.
All right, I'll talk to juror number 2. Jeez, quit spelling it out for me. Okay, you keep streaming. Hey, maid.
Hold it!
Got something to talk to you about. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced.
Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings.
You've done this part.
Can I just scoot through this?
I suppose, if there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position.
Do I have something to show you?
Oh, here we go. Yeah, I had this option before and I had to say it was impossible.
I can prove it now. Allow me to show you then the 3rd bullet. It's this thing, the 3rd bullet.
Take that!
Here it is. We discovered it just now. It's more chicanery. On the night in question at Windbank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired.
Wait, only I may use chicanery. What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet?
You handed it to me. It was lodged inside Mr. Holmes's pouch.
What? Oh, shit. I really shouldn't have given you that.
This pouch was removed from around Mr. Holmes's waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. You said that, didn't you?
I hate myself.
Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Holmes. No, you don't. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. No, it isn't. 2 guns fired from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Winterbank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment.
Oh, now I've been shot. I'd like to submit the 4th bullet.
Order! While this summation examination remains incomplete, the court has been presented with new facts.
Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. No, seriously, I am really engaging in some serious self-loathing right now.
As is my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! Wait, you can do that? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once.
I mean, doesn't this kind of prove that the other guy was there? Because it was Eggs Benedict that bled onto the disc, right? I think that's what happened last stream. Because he cut himself on it and he got his blood on it and we sprayed it and it was green. And the calendar blood is green. So, is that what we're going to have to tie together? Because, I mean, he's got to have been there.
Witnesses, Governor!
Were you listening to proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination and caught you in like 5 more lies?
Well, we was, Governor, we was.
Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. Thank you for dispensing with the tedious preamble. I hate the tedious preamble. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Have I mentioned I'm in a really bad mood right now? Oh, I didn't even catch that. He's just like, I'm not even letting you finish your text. Make of it, Gova. I didn't make nothing enough. I can help it. Is it one of yours? Go blimey, Gov. Go blimey. Not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice?
Oh, what? Hey, what? Never. The Skulkin brothers walk alone. It's just the two of us. That's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Skulky.
Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it?
Lummy, that's a head scratcher.
Counsel for the defense.
Yeah.
I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments.
I'm very happy.
The third bullet, and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came.
Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all that evidence we've seen.
Oh yeah, we never actually did finish the summation examination, did we? They're just sitting there. Alright, cool.
I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers.
I mean, I'm guessing they had a secret accomplice because that's what's going to take us to Eggs Benedict, right? If nothing else, there's more blood on the scene, so someone else had to have been there. Like, even if the green blood isn't Eggs Benedict, it has to be somebody's.
On that night at Winterbank's Pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man.
Oh, hey, what are you talking about? I don't see no third man. What's going on?
Listen to these crazy stories. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the evidence, the existence of this accomplice, but the evidence all points to the fact that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun. Eggs Benedict also has a gun, so it's probably him.
An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. Pig swill. I have a third favorite word. Pig swill. Pig swill, I say. This is all pig swill. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. I hated the first one 2 months ago. Yet in all that time, there has been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wrath-like being exists, the court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, this fantasy will be crushed. Alright, so this is where our green blood comes into play. The prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. I am really just digging another hole for myself and in for another bout of self-loathing when I get hit in the face with said evidence, which I handed you, by the way. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character.
You're kind of asking a lot from me here. I feel like you're setting the bar a bit high. How can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding?
Well, counsel?
Yeah, what's up? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is...
I think we can... Sometimes this is a trick question. Maybe it says unable to present, and that's because we need more information, but I think we can connect these dots. I think. Unless the game decides to be a dick again.
The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands.
Really? Did you hear what I asked you? I was actually being quite unreasonable on purpose. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. Your eyes are moving around like they're salmon trying to lay eggs upstream. This promises to be interesting.
Get ready, get wrecked. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me if it will make a difference.
In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay.
Thank God.
On the night in question and the moments leading up to the death of the victim, What proof do you have that there was a third intruder present at the scene? I mean, it would have to be the blood samples portfolio, right? Because the third bullet isn't the one that was in Holmes's belt. The third bullet is the one in the damn calendar. And we don't have a blood type for that anymore. Right? Like this. This has to be the proof. Right? Color green, name unknown, not Holmes. We know it's not. Did this say Holmes before? I wonder if this said Holmes and then changed to unknown after we proved it wasn't Holmes. We know that one. We know that one. Those are well, I mean, this is not unknown. We know exactly who this is because of this sample. What's the question again? What proof do you have that there was a third intruder present at the scene? I'm pretty sure that's what I need to present. I mean, honestly, this really should be the proof too, but I have a feeling it's going to ask me for this, because this is what I use to connect the dots.
Take that!
The evidence is right here in this portfolio. Okay, I think I might have got it right. Boy, Joe, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Dude, there's like 4 in here. You claim one of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? I mean, it's this one, right? It's the only one it could be.
Take that!
The disc is going to be relevant, but not immediately. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or some such around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. Is this admissible? I actually thought, nah, is this admissible as evidence? I'm not sure. This is just something Iris made up. That's a blood stain, my lord. The criminal is a Vulcan. A blood stain. Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Holmes.
By the great detective.
New invention. Stop. Not yet appearing in stories. Stop. Oh my god, I'm going to get so many views. Stop. I hope I get rated for this. Stop. It's like, you say, it doesn't really have a name yet, though. This Fogger spray sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements of people's blood to change its color.
Different elements of people's blood?
Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is.
Oh, that brings up a whole new extra dimension to looking at blood. I like to make puns.
Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. I'm a horror fan. Stop. We're streaming corpse party later. Stop.
As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windibank. Oh, striking blue. Yeah, so you see the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be some from unrelated incident, couldn't it? We already covered this. Nope, it's not unrelated. We've already covered this. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Windibank was killed. Boy, golly, I wasn't listening to the first part, sorry. Too busy staring at the maid. I've got a thing for maids, even my wife when she's a maid. It's not an undercover story, that's just my fetish. Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Wow, that chapter was actually full of people with kinks, wasn't it? Whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else. The third intruder, in fact. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? Well, I mean, if it's going to ask me outright, it can only be... Wait, where is he? Oh, there he is. Yeah. I like... Oh, I was going to say it's question marks because we don't know if that's his name. No, we just don't know his age. But, I mean, it can only be this guy, right? The man's name is Eggs Benedict. Eggs Benedict? What the hell kind of name is that, counsel? He paid a visit to Windibank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession.
That's right. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggs Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker.
Oh, yes, sir.
I believe this filthy pocket thief has just redeemed an article from you, no?
Yes, yes,
The article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once.
Now that's a lie. What are you trying to pull, eh?
Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel, and needless to say, any music box discs, too.
Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc.
Can you corroborate this account, Inspector?
Yes, my lord, is more or less what happened.
And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print showing the fellow.
Oh, we got a picture of him from the security cameras.
Taken from one of his right-handed recorder, Gibbons's. Taken from one of his right-handed recorder, Gibbons's.
Yeah, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank this morning. God, he looks dapper. Who's this Taylor?
And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice.
Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Mr. Skulkin and other Mr. Skulkin. I'm sorry, am I assuming your pronouns? Oh, I've never seen this geezer before in my life. All my life, Guff, all my life, never seen him.
What did I tell you about lying?
Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with the assertion.
I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Nipponese's friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice.
Yep, and I can. Well, then show us the evidence.
I agree. We must see proof that this clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is the filthy criminal you say he is. He doesn't look like a criminal. God, he looks gorgeous. Can I work for his household?
This is the last piece of evidence for this part of the trial, probably. We still have way more to go. I have a feeling that something's been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming into the courtroom.
Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel?
Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now.
Which has got to be the music disc, clearly.
Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print was in fact the person struck by the third bullet.
Who shot him? I guess Winterbank must have shot him, right? Did him and Mr. Winterbank shoot each other, and Eggs here was just better with his aim? Smear of blood on it turns green when analyzed. Okay, I already did that, so
Take that!
take that. Take it right up your butt.
As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Winterbanks.
Which is when the aforementioned Eggs Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no?
That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred.
But of course, sir. Here's the disc for you.
Oh, they're going to show the part where she jumps him. Very well. JoJo reference. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style.
Wait a minute. That disc is mine.
What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. From where? You're wearing gloves. Where did she cut him?
Being a music box disc, it has countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed through his glove, so it's really sharp. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a bloodstain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom.
using my trusty fogger gun. I don't have a name for it yet, but that's what I'm calling it. Trusty fogger gun, name subject to change.
Yeah, and we've added the results to this portfolio. I say,
It's green. It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar.
the evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Eggs Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night.
I mean, there was a mild connection as far as motive. He was there doing shenanigans. He had a gun.
My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggs Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify.
It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence.
Objection!
I somewhat doubt that's his real name, though. How are you going to find this guy? This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. Excuse me? Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. The protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. I hear he's good at discombobulating. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do we expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence.
That's true. This isn't forensic stuff. Emma Skye would be very disappointed.
So the blood stain turned a shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color.
Well... Iris, help me out here.
And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Holmes's word for it.
Is this concoction a load of rubbish? Is it pig swill? Is it chicanery? I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Holmes's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have?
I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before.
Is that what we're calling him now? Are you talking about the judge or juror number 4? Oh, you are talking about the judge. Oh, damn. Okay.
About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination.
Oh, right.
In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it?
Oh, I did say that, didn't I?
And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it?
Oh, butts.
So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Holmes's invention. At least, not for now.
Oh, yeah, she's right. Young lady, you have quite the devious mind.
I am the smartest one here. Nobody can object to that. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Ryu. Is that about right, would you say? Or did I misunderstand something?
You smug little...
What was that, Van Zeeks?
Nothing.
Unbelievable. Mr. Holmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with.
Iris Watson, sharpshooter.
After that shrewd process of the situation from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. Why is the 10-year-old the smartest one here?
This is absurd. I am just beside myself. I am drinking so hard after this. I'm not smashing a single bottle from here on out. I need every drop of alcohol I can get my hands on.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings on this matter.
Oh, are they just going to go to... Oh, he just looks at the maid.
As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to fair and just conclusions.
So they're just going to toss fireballs? We're not actually doing the summation examination again? State your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Uh-oh.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Is there going to be a guilty?
Guilty.
Ah, there is a guilty.
Guilty.
Not guilty.
Aha! You didn't actually have to smack your head that time, man. You already had a black fireball in there. You could have just stayed sitting. 2 called guilty and 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
I object, due to this being objectable and not in my interests. My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. I hate all of you. On what grounds? Oh, on the grounds that it's stupid. On the grounds that the jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction, devised by a pretender to real police work. That they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. Well, tough cookies. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Ah! I'm going to be a huge drama queen about this. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested the subpoena of a new witness. But sadly, I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Eggs Benedict, is quite clearly false. Yeah, I'm glad you picked up on that. I don't believe it. Eggs Benedict isn't a real name? Just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. I'm pretty sure there's a juror 5. Could I say something? Who was that? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madame? What have you to say, madame? Oh, wrong voice there. If possible, Inspector. Me, ma'am? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman is shown. Oh, right, yes. This one you mean. Do you know him? Yes. Yes, I do know him. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say... Another coincidence? You know this man? Man, this jury is just stacked. Yes, I know him. What? No. Zeeks is just like, I hate... This is the worst part of the trial. Part 2 just sucks. Why am I here? Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see, the gentleman in this photograph is... Stop. No, don't stop. Say his name. Also, communications officer. Stop. Why do you stop in the middle of a sentence? He works at my office. Stop. A very talented operator, in fact. Stop. Stop stopping. He should be in the communications station now. Stop. Tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. Too many coincidences. It's almost like I'm in a video game. I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose that's it. Maybe that's why it feels kind of weird. If the gentleman is at London's communications station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. I feel a to be continued coming on. Lord Van Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. Right after the trip to the bar, my lord. This court will recess for 1 hour. Lord Zeeks just comes back in the third part, all tipsy. When the new witness arrives, we shall reconvene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson. Yes, my lord. I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery at the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. This is 4.5 hours. I'm not super looking forward to a 9-hour stream. I was planning to do a long one, but maybe not quite that long. I really hope this resets my health. Please give me 5 health after this. Yeah. I was going to stream the second game, like starting the second game on Friday anyway. I think it was Friday. Was Friday my plan? I might be able to squeeze it in Thursday and do some other stuff Friday. I don't know. It'll be either Thursday or Friday. So Thursday or Friday is when we will wrap this up. And that will be the end of it. So, yeah. That'll be it for this time, just because I don't want to go too terribly long. I'm still fairly awake and ready to go, but I do have stuff to do tomorrow, so I can't push it. But we made good progress. We're halfway through the trial. We will absolutely finish up next time, because next time it will be only about 4 hours. And we will get to the bottom of all of this, and then next week we get to start the second game, and I am super looking forward to that, as I keep saying. We're going to finish up Blaster Master tomorrow. I'm going to get the Hypnosis recording out as soon as I can, because we're still going to have one this week, even though it got pushed out of today, just due to some rescheduling. What else? There might be some impromptu collab stuff again, because that just kind of seems to happen. But otherwise, it'll be mostly same old Terraria on Sunday. I might squeeze in something, so make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you're checking things off, you're following on Twitter, you're liking, commenting, subscribing, you're staying engaged, because that's the only way you're going to find out if something impromptu does happen. And yeah, I do want to get as much stuff done as possible, because there are things coming up, especially in October, that I definitely want to be ready for. I want to play a little bit of Melty Blood when it comes out, because that'll be good fun. We want to do some horror stuff in October. Of course, we want to get through this game as quick as possible, just because I'm really looking forward to that second game, like I said. And it's just some other stuff going on. There may even be an increase in streaming in October, partly because I'll have more free time, and also because I might go on to Twitch. I don't actually know. I'd still like to see if I can just give her on YouTube and make that happen and not have to split my attention. I prefer it here to Twitch. I know Twitch is considered the streaming site, but I don't have a lot of respect for, the somewhat toxic culture there. Not that YouTube is a huge amount better, but it's like, I don't know. We'll see what happens. We'll play it by ear. I'm not opposed to streaming on Twitch. I've been told I'll be much more successful there. Like MTaz so kindly said, he feels like I deserve more than just 18 subscribers, and at the risk of sounding immodest, I kind of feel like I do as well. But you know what? Let's just see what happens. I'm not really in this for the subscribers or the money yet. I'm just in this for building a culture, being consistent, playing games I like. And if you're watching this and want to join in, watch out for the schedule. Join me, chat, engage, be here, have fun. I want to meet you. And we will hopefully see you next time. Take care, everyone, and good night.